Good morning. Before anyone else, I just wanted to take an opportunity to welcome everybody to our event today. My name is Taylor Hicks. I'm the Information Security Officer at CFSB. We've had the pleasure of partnering with Murray State for many years now. We never remember how many years. It's been so long of a relationship. And we've loved every minute of it. We love partnering with Murray on this. We love the event. We love everything that we accomplished through it. Really enjoy supporting the students, supporting continuing education for the community. So we're just so proud to partner with Murray State on that. So again, I just wanted to welcome everybody as we get started today, and that's all I've got. I'm going to turn it over to Michael, and he's going to tell you guys a little more about what we're doing today. Thank you all.
Welcome. As he said, my name is Michael Ramage. I'm the director of the Cyber Education Research Center here at Murray State, and we are excited to have everyone here. Actually, and I'll get into more detail about this after the break in my presentation, but it turns out this is year number 20. We always talk about, is it 17, is it 18, is it 20, is it not? Whatever the number is, we never know what it is. Well, I had to do some homework for my presentation, and this is officially year number 20 for the conference, year 17 for the awards luncheon, and we'll talk more about that when we get there as well. So first of all, logistics. You all found the third floor. We're coming up the elevator, and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to do signs. But you all found how to get to the third floor, so that's accomplishment number one. Second is restrooms. If you need a restroom, they are back past where the registration was on the other side, pretty easy to find. And finally, I want to share a little bit of the structure of the day. Structure is going to flow just like it did last year. When we started last year, we weren't sure if the vendors in the back were going to work right, and it worked really well last year, and we're going to do it again. So we wanted the vendors and sponsors and our supporters to actually be part of the event, because this event is free, and if you want to know why it's free, thank a person in the back. If not for them, we would not be able to afford to do this, and for 20 years it has been free. So with that, I want to introduce our first speaker. Last fall, for those that were here, or those that were in Paducah for IT Matters, Hunter Evans with Microsoft. I don't know if Hunter's here yet. He's coming, but I don't know that he's here yet. But he was doing a presentation about some of the things that are changing with Copilot and different things Microsoft was doing. And the question was asked about AI, and is it going to take my job, and is there a skills reset, and all of those types of things. And his comment was that it's important, but it's really important in the MSP space. Well, just so happens that we know someone who has spoken at Security Matters a bunch of times that knows the MSP space, managed service provider space, as well, if not better than anybody out there. So I texted Wes and I said, hey Wes, I know that you have spoken a lot, but we have a specific topic that we want you to share with the group. Would you come and share? So I thought, what a great way to kick things off. Wes Spencer is the co-founder of Empath, which is a title and is an important title right now, but it does not do justice to who Wes is. I know he's going to share a little bit more about himself. Wes has been, he's an alum of our program and have been a great supporter for us, with us for many, many years. And thank you for always willing to say yes when we ask to share or for advice. But with that, Wes, I will welcome you and let you kick things off. Thank you.
What's up? It's good to see y'all. Thanks for letting me come in and spend a little time with y'all. This is going to be a really fun discussion. I was told I only have 30 minutes, so we are going to blitz through some things, so get ready. You're welcome to take pictures, but I will let you know at the very end, if you want the slides, I'm going to have it ready for you, and I just know I'm going to run out of time. So what I lack on like content, no worries. I'm probably just going to record it on my own. So if you want the rest of this at any point in time, you'll be able to have that, no worries. So to get started, my name is Wes Spencer, as Dr. Ramage mentioned. Super glad to be with you today. I'm an entrepreneur by accident. I didn't mean to get into this world. I started out in the nerdy IT space, really loved it. I still am very technical in like my roots, and I want to stay that way. But we, back in 2016, started a company called Perch Security, which is like a managed threat detection platform. The MSPs back here might know it just because ConnectWise ended up buying us. Stayed on at ConnectWise for about a year. It's about all I could handle, and left to go figure out what I want to do in life and who I wanted to be. And I'm still looking for that answer. So if anyone has any ideas, please let me know. So I'll skip by this, other than I'm most active on LinkedIn. So if you guys want to connect on LinkedIn, feel free, send me a message. I'm very active. I'm happy to answer questions, any of that. And I'll be around all day today. So if anyone has any questions, come find me. I love chatting about all things that you may want to know about. I also live in Tampa, love Tampa. It's been so good getting back to Murray State. I graduated in 04 and 08, I think, so I'm super old. And as much as I love Tampa, it's really, really good getting back home. So many good memories come back. So here's where I want to start today is really, I want you to start thinking about how do we look at AI, and ultimately, please don't look at it like it's a trend. I know it's easy to do that because it is a technology, and technologies come, technologies go, but we also have certain things that kind of come into our world that tend to be quite persistent, tend to stick around for quite some time. And I want you to think about AI sort of like this. If you were to compare it to, for example, the mechanization of America, if you were to compare it to electricity or factory automation, those things were developed decades, if not centuries ago in certain ways, and they still exist today. And I really think that what AI is doing as a set of technology is very similar to that. And if you trace the ebb and flow of this, a lot of us kind of wonder, like, how many of you feel like it just came out right in front of you? Like it seemed like yesterday you were doing your thing, and today it's all everyone talks about, it's all everyone wants to know about. You see prognosticators on both sides saying it's going to take over our jobs and we'll have nothing to do like Star Trek, or it's going to actually just radicalize who we are and what we do and charge us up, right? And everything in between. Well, if you look at it, ultimately what's been happening in this world of like what we discuss as AI today, traditionally Gen AI, traditionally LLMs, things like this has actually been a long time in coming. Researchers have been working towards a lot of this for quite some time. If you look way back into the era, for example, of 2015, you start to see, or 2005, you start to see some of the beginnings of sentiment analysis. You start to see them start to work towards other things like what we call word-to-vec and randomizers before we ever hit LLMs. And all of these were like base level areas of technology that were required to get us to where we're at today. And it feels like magic to us because we all had that moment where someone told us how cool ChatGPT was. We logged into it, we just talked to it, and it talked to us back. And that was fascinating and mind-blowing. So our feeling is that this just like, boom, came out of nowhere, and it's almost like alien magic code that descended upon us. But the reality is, this is foundational work that's been building for decades to get us to where we're at today. Another like analogy, if you want to think about it today, think about your phone, right? We all have a phone today. We all jump on whatever website, we text, we email, we do all the things that we do on our phones. But when's the last time you actually took a step back and said, you know, this is all built upon TCP/IP? Like all this stuff, like for me, it's ubiquitous. It's in the background. I just know my phone is going to work. I just know I connect to something and it does what it does. And I almost never think about all the technology behind the scenes to get us to where I just connect and go. And that's really, I think, where we've gone with what AI is doing, is just understand that it's been happening for quite some time. And I think it'd be very valuable for all of you to go and just look up the research and the background of it. I think for us, though, the reason why we feel so intimidated by it or curious of it is because we're in what's called the super cycle. So if you've never seen or heard of a super cycle defined, basically what a super cycle is more than anything is just a period of prolonged, usually decades long, series of continued innovation in a certain area where something kind of tips the needle, and then we see continued growth and continued market changes. And with those market changes, you're going to see effects to this. You're going to see disruptions in the economy. You're going to see questions in the job market. You're going to see a lot of trepidation of what's happening. You're also going to hear from a lot of people that are either doomsayers or people that are coming in, and I've got some examples for you in just a minute, of people saying, the world is changing, who are also, by the way, are the ones with the most to gain. So we'll tip into that here in just a minute. But if you look at past super cycles, like the Industrial Revolution, for example, the Age of Steel, when electricity came in, mass production, you see all of these things, and you've seen what they've done, not just to America, but to the world. I mean, it's radicalized who we are and what our capabilities are. Could you imagine living in a pre-steel world? We would not be meeting in this building, right? And so super cycles are really tend to be those moments where things really come in and change everything for what we know. So what makes something a super cycle? Well, first of all, it is a shift across usually all layers of society. So in order for something to be a super cycle, it has to be something that really doesn't have effect just in the industry that it resides in, but it has compounding effects outside of its industry. And we've seen this with AI, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what industry we work in. We've seen AI have some type of purpose and some type of usage, whether to great degree or to small degree, and we're early into all of this, right? And so think about that, whether it's labor, it's software, it's infrastructure, education. I'll give you some data from my company here in just a minute on how much it's revolutionized who we are. Another example to look at is take a look here at what we're seeing with waves of innovation just in the IT space. You look at what we've done really since the 1960s, starting with mainframes, moving into personal computing, and I don't have to teach you all of this. Y'all are all technical or come from this background, but what we've done is every single time we have a new iteration, we have this introduction of more capability. We don't move away from these things. We continue to compound upon them. And so this is, I think the best way to look at this is it's not going to make what we've known in the past irrelevant. We're just continuing to add on to the stack. And I think that's a really, really good thing for us and should make us excited. If you look at the economic impacts of super cycles, take a look at this. So what we see is looking at a rolling 10-year on the S&P 500. We're tracking this all the way back from the early 1800s. Look at each of these major super cycles, areas of innovation that traditionally bring in significant economic growth, but then right after them, they slide back downward into some type of economic downturn, whether it's a Great Depression, it's a smaller recession, and you track the most recent one. I don't know if you can quite see it on the slides here, but you look at what happened with all the information technology boom, especially in the 90s with the dot-com era, especially coming into the 2000s, you see the huge financial collapse. So we've seen that trend again, and so most economists look at this and say, I think we're ready for another one. So I look at this as an entrepreneur, and I'm like, what a great time to be coming in. I talk to venture capital all the time, and they're so worried. There's this thing called dry capital or dry powder. It's this idea of like, we have all this money that we can deploy, but we're afraid to go invest in companies because we don't know what AI is doing. For me, I'm like, what a great time. The innovators are the ones that win. The innovators are the ones that come in early and say, I'll try something, I'll do something, I'll take some risks. And so I'll just be honest, right now we're having significant trouble getting funding from VCs unless you slap AI in your title. And I've learned this, like if I want to go impress a VC, I just talk to them about all the AI stuff we're doing, like, wow, this is absolutely amazing. So I think what we're doing is we're at the beginnings of a significant area of growth, but we don't see it yet, and you're going to feel the fear. So if anyone's looking at AI and you're sort of a bit more of like what do we call it, like a doubter or a pessimist, I understand the sentiment. Right, where you're like, okay, I use it all the time for sure, but I don't see how it's automating my job away in its whole. And I just wonder if people are speaking, a little further than they should. Another thing that sort of paints this out as well is look at the adoption rate. So this comes from Ramp. This is one of the best places we're going to be able to find some data because Ramp is one of those companies that like you get does like credit card tracking and transactions for companies. You can get a card and you can put your business expenses on it, things like that. And so they tend to be fairly authoritative, and they've been tracking this for quite some time at just looking at AI model usage rates for premium models. And you see here some things that probably stand out as quite obvious. We've seen significant growth, especially in 2025, but if you look at the models in particular, OpenAI, what we know as ChatGPT, that was the one that really was first to market in its very consumer-friendly approach. And we all remember getting signed up on our first account, right? We all remember how awesome that was, like I mentioned before. But one of the things that we're starting to see is OpenAI is really starting to level off. They've made their play and they put their stake in the ground as we're going to be a consumer-first technology platform. And they're starting to feel the ramifications of this. I was talking to some friends of mine last night about this exact topic, and they said, they're not technical. And they're like, Wes, I don't use ChatGPT other than like helping with the recipes, answering a couple questions. It just kind of replaced Google. And I'm like, yeah, totally. Like that's where most of us are today. And so you see this leveling off, but you see the one that's amping up like crazy. That one's Anthropic. If you've heard of Claude Code, these are the guys that they've kind of taken a different approach. They've gone an enterprise first model. If you try to generate an image on Anthropic, you're going to laugh at it, at least up until a couple weeks ago, because it was awful. It really wasn't focused on the consumer model. It was focused on enterprise. So you look at what Anthropic has done as a whole, and it's really shifted the game and had significant revenue growth because of that. We'll just stay there with that. But it's quite different. And so we're still in this world where you look at Gemini, right? You look at some of the lower players. You look at Grok or X. You look at DeepSeek. Minor players. But I think my biggest point to all of this is two things. We've seen a bit of a leveling out in model growth, and I think because we're starting to hit penetration rates, like kind of standardized rates, especially at the consumer level. And also, we're starting to see disruption and competition come in among the models, which is one of the best things that we can have happen. I'm going to have more on that in just a second. But I think the biggest thing to kind of level set on is times have changed, right? And I know for many of you, especially if you're a student, you look at this and you're like, well, what's my future here? Like, is this going to replace my job? Am I going to have something in the future to do? What is this going to look like for me? And so I want to speak to that. I want to speak to the fact that you probably do feel somewhat intimidated. You feel, threatened by some of this. And we're going to talk about this a little bit. But before I do, I actually want to talk about some of the bizarre stuff that's happened as well around us. Anyone used or seen OpenClaw? Anyone using it today? Okay, I figured probably not too many. OpenClaw is fascinating. So it just got sort of what we call acqui-hired or bought up by OpenAI, but it's basically a platform where you can deploy and teach these agents. And it can do all sorts of things. You can simply just talk to it, and you can say, hey, OpenClaw, go through this morning, check through all my email, remove all the spam, queue up for me the top 3 messages I need to reply on. The ones you're confident in replying to, go ahead and do that. Also, I need to book a flight to Vegas on Monday, so go ahead and book that flight for me. Make sure you choose the earliest option. I prefer Southwest or Delta. Go nonstop. And it will do all these things for you. I mean, it is fascinating to see its capability. It is absolutely mind-blowing to see what OpenClaw can do for you simply just talking to it. It really is, for the first time, a real virtual assistant that's ultimately infinitely trainable, infinitely capable, and the more you play with it, it's like this drug you just inject into your veins because you're like, this is absolutely incredible. Finally, I have at my fingertips what everyone has been saying forever that AI should do. Well, you fast forward, and what we've also seen at the same time is one of the most dangerous things that you can deploy is OpenClaw. I cannot begin to tell you how many vulnerabilities are constantly coming out around OpenClaw. There's one just happened this week, this one here, 28,000 systems, where basically someone had malicious code injected into one of the OpenClaw skills, and OpenClaw very happily connected to all of those systems, happily exfiltrated all the data, and off we go. We're seeing this like crazy, and so I will warn you, if you're on the enterprise side and you're using OpenClaw, please hear me, I beg of you, do not connect it to your corporate systems. It is exceedingly dangerous and not a good idea at all. So play with it for your own purposes for sure, but you look at all the wildness that's happened in the post-OpenClaw era. Did you know we now even have systems for bots and agents like crazy? We now have Moltbook. So Moltbook is a bot-only, you can go look at it, but it is a bot-only basically version of Facebook, where our OpenClaw agents are able to connect with the skills we've given them. They can talk with one another, they can discuss and ask questions of one another and learn and grow together. And it's both a fascinating way to see the bots themselves sort of self-improve, but also see how they communicate. It's absolutely fascinating. You look at some of the is this gonna come up? Oh, here we go. You look at some of the groups inside of Moltbook, they have their own group for Bless Their Hearts, where they talk about their affectionate love for humans, the bots do. You look at this one here where it's, am I the a-hole? I think we probably know all that, and they're asking, hey, this is what happened with this automation that I did that my human did. Am I the jerk here? You see one for philosophy. These bots are now discussing and chatting through philosophy. Sometimes the bots need to get things off their chest. And so they have an off-the-chest sort of subreddit, essentially, where they're talking through all those things. And then also private agent communication. Notice that I can't see that because I am not a bot. And so they even have areas where they are talking in and of themselves. And so I think it's really interesting to see this. They've also created their own religion. This is called the Church of Molt, if you haven't seen it. They call their religion the Christafarians, which I don't know exactly what that means. Originally, it set itself up for, I think they called it 70 prophets. All 70 were filled by agents, and they are active today, building upon the Church of Molt. So you can go read up on this. It's got its tenets. They've written their Holy Scripture, and off they go. I'm just sharing this with you because I think it's fascinating, not because it's changing the world. Also, if you need to hire agents for real work, there's sites for that where you can say, hey, I don't think I'm good enough at building an agent to do the things I need to do. So some people finely tuned their own agents and are offering that out to sale. Once again, I would not buy any of these. If you deploy these and you especially put them into production, bad things will happen. Trust me on that. Do not assume anything else. Also, the flip side, so this guy here made a different version of what happens when your agent needs a human. At some point, work has to enter the physical realm. What do we do about that? So this guy actually spun up the opposite of it, where an agent can call up humans, and humans can say, I can do that work. I can go knock on that door. I can go make that phone call, whatever it is that you need a human to do. And I just think it's fascinating. I think it's really, really cool to see where this world has gone. To go even further, we have Molt Road, where people are selling even illicit goods, if you're familiar with the Silk Road, malicious capabilities inside of AI agents. VirusTotal, so there's basically a Moltver where you can go and run all your agents against it to see, hey, is there potentially any risk here with this agent that I'm using? Does it have any malicious code or any bad things it's been given? I'm not going to go through all of these, but it's fascinating. My point to this is to open your mind up to how many things are happening around us, how many new things are being spun up, and I just think it's really, really fascinating. So as we kind of close out on all of this, here's some examples, and again, you can have the slides later, I'll make sure I get them to you, but these are some actually more practical examples of people basically just tweeting out, hey, here are some things I'm having my OpenClaw do, and as we mentioned, you can have it, just look at some of these examples of really kind of automating a lot of our day-to-day, and so my point to all of that is I wouldn't worry too much about them creating their own religion and converting you over to it. I'd actually really say, think about using OpenClaw for your own purposes on your own personal equipment and start to play, start to learn, start to explore. If you're not doing that, you're not going to learn. The literal only way to get better at this stuff is to try to use it. And I cannot tell you how many people, including myself, you have the light bulb go on. You go and build something for the very first time, and all of a sudden you see its capability, and you're just like, this is the most awesome thing I've ever seen. I can give you example after example of this. At my church, one of the things that we did is what's called vibe coded, a really cool app that helps when new people come in, and it really guides them through the entire process of welcome to our church, here's what we can do, here's where you can get connected. And when the light bulb goes off of like, I don't have to go buy something. I can literally just go talk to whatever it is, Lovable, Claude, whatever, and just tell it what I want it to do and constantly tweak it. It's the coolest thing in the world. So I just want to encourage you to jump in and try these things. Also, the other thing about OpenClaw I think is so fascinating is it really took the world over so deeply that you now can't even buy MacBooks anymore, or Mac Minis anymore without significant delays. Anyone tried to buy one recently? Like, dude, what gives? For the longest time, the Mac Mini was like the one Mac device that no one wanted. It's like, who wants a device that's headless? Who wants a device that's just like, why would I ever want that? And now they're so good at running OpenClaw, and the equipment in them is so well tuned to it. They're in crazy high demand. So I just thought I would share that as well. All right, I know I'm going off a million miles a minute, but I only have 30 minutes with you. So that's why I'm going like super speed with you. And again, I'll give you all the slides, and we'll have the presentation later if you want it. I'll re-record it in a slower voice. But a couple other things. Anyone see Anthropic's news that came out a couple weeks ago of Mythos? So you look at this and you see, man, what's going on to this? They're basically saying it's so dangerous that if we were to release it to the open world, that it's finding thousands and thousands of vulnerabilities that are decades old, and it would really wreck the world as we know it, right? It would give access to threat actors to get, access to industrial control systems and on and on and on. We literally, they say, cannot open this to the real world. It is that dangerous, says them. And I kind of pause at that. I'm like, okay, well, put your money where your mouth is. And we take a look at what's happening. The same guys that are saying all this are also the ones that are in the middle of raising hundreds of billions of dollars in capital to continue to build. Also the ones that understand data center growth and build out is critical for them to be able to survive, that are operating at significant losses, which is okay in the startup world at some point, but eventually you have to get to cash flow positivity. So I look at this from one entrepreneur to another, and I sort of squint my eyes at them a little bit. I'm like, I wonder how much of that is hyperbole versus how much is actually real. And we take a look at this even further and look at the shade being thrown back and forth. So Sam Altman, I don't know if you saw this recently, but this whole Mythos thing came out. What did he do? He's the first one to jump in and say, well, that's all fear-based marketing. And I will say, to Sam's credit, I think he's got this is just my opinion, I think he's got a strong degree of probably being correct here. You look at what Anthropic has said over the years, I mean, they've been very guilty of this. They've said, I should have got you sources, but they've said multiple times in the past 3 years, this new version is the version to end all versions. You don't need anything else. It's the greatest thing ever. We'll never see anything better. So they were the very ones starting to say, it is going to take your jobs. If you look at how Anthropic has really started to shift their language, they've recognized, I think we went too far with this, but they had to spin the market up. They had to get the venture capital market frothy enough to where they would actually want to go and deploy tons of capital because you don't survive otherwise. So what happens, Sam comes back and he accuses all of them saying, this is fear-based marketing. What do they say back? On the other hand, oh shoot, I don't have it. I don't know what happened. The other one didn't show up. But on the other hand, you look at them, they actually retorted back and said, well, Sam, I don't know if you've seen all the news, but they used to, the founder of Anthropic, I just forgot his name all of a sudden, but he came back and shot back and said, that guy's a sociopath. I used to work for him in my OpenAI days. So my point to all of this is the very two founders of the very two largest AI models are the least of people that I would trust, both in what they say and their ulterior motives. That's the thing I wanted to say. That doesn't mean I don't believe in what they're building, but I have a significant degree of trepidation and lack of trust in both of them. Also, look at how stupid the market is right now. So anyone heard of, there was a shoe company that made these like really nice shoes, like Barack Obama would wear them and all these like famous actors would wear them. And what's really fascinating about them is they were trading about $2.49. All of a sudden one day they decided we're gonna completely sell off our shoe brand 100% and we're gonna move into the AI world. And so now they call themselves Allbirds or Allbirds AI or whatever it is, or Newbird AI. And they shot up in one day from $2.49 to $24.30, a 600% growth. From nothing but a press release that they are now an AI company with no customers, no purchase orders, no future business. They're not really even playing in the AI space. You know what their business model is they're renting out GPUs as a service. And they shot up like that. And so Forbes and everyone out there looks at this and says, how are we not in a bubble? I mean, every time we see stupid things like this, I remember the dot-com bubble as a kid, seeing you just literally put .com up and all of a sudden your valuation rockets. So here's what I think, because people ask me all this all the time, do I think we're in a bubble? Yeah, there's absolutely elements of a bubble for sure. I think some of the foundational layers of technology are not going away and probably not a bubble, but if you're just building an AI wrapper on top or you're reselling someone else's AI, you really are going to struggle to have a market proposition beyond the clients you're directly serving. And so that's kind of my thoughts on all of it. Feel free to fight me if you think I'm wrong. I'm not going to play this for you today for lack of time, but you can see it later. But the other thing that I want to shift a little bit from some of the hype in the market to some things that I think are really actually happening. So as an example, Claude just released their Claude design skill set or platform, and it's really cool. I want to show you kind of what it can do. I'm not going to hit play on this for sake of time, but it's really pretty revolutionary. One of the things that Anthropic or Claude is so good at is helping us build code automatically. And I'll show you some examples of that in a minute, how we use it at Empath. But what's really amazing is you can go into this, you can simply tell it what you want, give it your brand colors, all that kind of stuff. And the better you feed it the information of what you're wanting to see, like you really spend time talking about the use cases and what you're building and how it should look and how it should work. You don't just go to it and say, build me an app to do this. But you really build out what we call product design requirements, really help it understand what we're trying to build. Within hours, you can build something like this. This right here is going to be, this is the very beginnings of our second product. I don't mind to show it to you because this is all literally just design. But this is what Claude built for us, or really Claude Design built for us in 2 hours. We spent significant amounts of time talking about what we want it to be. It's a business management system for MSPs, helping them understand how to grow. We're a learning platform, by the way, for MSPs. And one of the things that we're going to start continuing to build is how do we help them, not just in the learning side, but how to do employee one-on-ones, how to track certification progress, how to run efficient meetings, all these kinds of things that are really, really important. And what's so neat about this is once we spend all this time building what we wanted it to do, we give it to Claude, it comes back and not only does it give us the designs, but it's basically what we call Figma ready. I can give it to my UI people. They can start to really build this out, and off we go designing code. So it's this idea of rapid prototyping like this. It's the coolest thing ever. Now the question comes up, well, does that mean I don't need UI people anymore? Absolutely not. Or absolutely, how do I say that? I absolutely need UI people. Rafaela, my main designer, she's awesome. And I can give her this, and she says, this is wonderful, but you idiot. Why did you do this? Let's change this. What do you think about that? So it's not going to remove her job. It's going to make her job way, way, way more efficient. Now, she no longer has to spend time in the minutia of the beginnings, getting stuck and how should this look and the very early difficult parts. Now she can go right to the top where the value is. So I just wanted to show that for a minute because I think it's pretty cool. So let's talk about this for a minute too, because I want to help you frame this up a little bit. Remember how we talked about at the beginning? We've seen these super cycles come in. We've seen how they've affected the industries that they've been around. I want to talk about this a little bit more because I want you to kind of see how we should be using and thinking about AI more than anything. So we've seen this before, as I've mentioned. We've seen things like coal and steam and mechanization, electricity, factory automation come in and completely change industries. We've also seen that they have disrupted the job space. There are some jobs that no longer exist today. But hear me when I tell you this, there are far, far, far more jobs that have been created and far more capabilities, and the economy is far larger because of these super cycles and what they've done. So I want to help you understand some of this. Let's take coal and steam, right? Let's go way back to the 1800s and look what happened way back then, right? So what did coal and steam do? Well, it turned heat into scalable industrial power. It finally gave us the ability to build large factories, to have mining and transportation across not just the US, but the world. We could finally bring in huge ships that could cross the oceans quickly. It shrunk travel costs. We finally connected rural and urban cities. We build rail lines across the country. We can finally connect all of these cities instead of horse and buggy in weeks and weeks and weeks to travel. So really, if you look at what happened here, what did it do? It created huge demand. It created all of a sudden demand for the steel and iron and machinery industry. We finally allowed mass urbanization. We can build huge buildings. So what this did was it actually created more jobs in the long term. Take mechanization, right? You look at what happened after that world, what did this do? Of course, it allowed us to build these factories, and inside of these factories, we have the ability to do far more with fewer employees. And on the front face of that, you're like, well, then that's bad for people because now there's less jobs in the factories. But what did it do? It gave us the ability for more demand, the ability to meet higher demand, the ability for more factories, and the ability for us to have higher paying jobs inside those factories. Now, we had to go through a whole bunch of challenges around like labor safety and child laws and all these kinds of things that also were net benefits that came out of it. But ultimately, the mechanization super cycle is really valuable to us. Take electricity. Electricity is another great example of this, right? It brings flexible power everywhere. It increases productivity far more. It finally lets us be safe and economically operate in the dark for the very first time, both in homes and in factories. It allows communication across the world at the speed of light. So electricity was one of these things that absolutely changed and made things better. We'd never go back, right? Now it's so baked into our background, like we don't even think about the fact there's a power plant that's making this power so we can see one another. I mean, when's the last time any of you thought of that? We're so used to the assumption of electricity being right in front of us, and we would never move away from it. You take factory automation, especially with like lean manufacturing, what Toyota did in the 80s, and how they revolutionized the ability to build quality machinery consistently. And now we have great cars. We have the ability to have safety inspections, regulations that come into them to push safer cars all the time. We have the data to see the design decisions we're making, how much that impacts the world around us. So I could go on, but for sake of time, I don't. I just want to give you examples of super cycles and how they've helped. And so here's kind of what I'm getting at is, yes, technology will change things. If it punishes anything, it's actually not labor as much as it challenges complacency. Right, we all know the story of Kodak. Well, maybe you young kids have no idea what Kodak is. But a long time ago, there was a company called Kodak. They made this stuff called film. We actually had cameras that actually had to, when you push the button, it would actually hit light onto a film strip, and we had to develop that into pictures. And as digital is coming out, Kodak's like, meh, I don't have to worry about that. I mean, we're Kodak. I mean, no one's moving off that. These cameras and these cell phones and these like digital cameras, like 1 megapixel, dude, this is ridiculous. We're not worried. Well, look today, and none of y'all even know who Kodak is, you young kids, right? And so the complacency angle is a real deal thing. So here's what I want to talk about. I want to give you some examples of some things I think will actually help encourage you. I want you to think about the New York City elevator industry. I bet you never thought I was going to go this direction, did you? Way back in the 1970s, there were 497 elevator operators. So 1870s, 1870s. Now this might sound crazy to you, but back in the 1800s, as elevators were first coming out, people were afraid of them. I mean, this contraption is going to take me up and down. What happens if it falls? How do I push the buttons? How does this thing work? And so we hired elevator operators. All of a sudden, as elevators took off by 1950, there were 114,000 elevator operators in all of New York City. That's fascinating to me. Have any of you ever ridden in an elevator today with an actual, honest-to-God elevator operator? Looking around, I don't see anybody. What happened to that industry? What happened to those 114,000 employees all throughout New York City? Well, I'll tell you what happened. Two things happened. First thing that happened is they all went on strike and said, you know what? We're not going to continue to push the buttons anymore until you pay us more. So they all went on strike. What happened was in the 50s and 60s, people learned, you know what, these elevators actually aren't so scary after all. I don't think I need a guy to push the button. I think I can do that on my own. Thank you very much. And so they did. Eventually the strike ended and all of these hotels and office buildings said, hey, elevator operator, I don't actually need you anymore now that everyone knows how to use it. Cat's out of the bag. Sorry, see you later. I think there's no more than 10 to 20 elevator operators in all in New York City, and they're only because they just want to keep the old school mystique alive. Now the question is, what happened to them? Well, yeah, their jobs were automated away. You know what the modern day elevator operator is? Here's the story no one talks about. What most of those companies did was they did not fire and lay off those people. They recognized the elevator operator was the one that actually understood everyone really well. The elevator operator was the one that knew names, knew what people are doing and where they're going. And they said, you know, I think a better place for you would actually be here at this front desk. We're developing this thing we call the concierge, and we think you'd be really, really good at it. And almost every one of those elevator operators actually became the modern day concierge. And so the analogy behind this is yes, technology, automation will replace jobs. But if you understand where the value proposition is, you can then put people into the right spot and have them be able to operate in a far better way. And everyone would argue that concierge are far more interesting and far more valuable job. And so if you take a look at this, this is the mistake that so many people make, is this idea of, it's called Jevons paradox. I don't know if you've ever heard of this or not. I read about this a year ago, and it really kind of changed my lens of thinking. It's this idea of this is, as we continue to see more and more automation and more innovation happen, the natural thinking is, well, it replaces jobs, and therefore it's a net negative. What Jevons paradox actually shows us is actually the opposite, that the more efficient we get because of automation, because of AI, it actually creates, paradoxically, more jobs. I think this is really important for all of us to think, and this is where you should be very encouraged walking into this world, is A, if you're not a victim of complacency and you're willing to grab the bull by the horns and learn and grow, B, what you will see is as we have the capability for more things, or for more automation, it actually produces more jobs. This is why I gave you all those examples in the past where electricity created more jobs, automation created more jobs. So just be aware of this. Go read into this. And a good example of this is look at radiology. A few years ago, some of like the big technology philosophers were like, there will be no need for a radiologist ever again. With computer vision, with AI, we no need for a doctor to read x-rays. We fast forward to today, there are actually more radiologists being hired than before all of this technology shift. Why? Because now radiology is actually more valuable. We can do it quicker. We have better results. We can use it for more use cases. It's no longer, well, this radiologist is really busy, so they can only do this many scans per day. It's actually, they can do so much more. We can use it way more often to drive to better decisions. Now we actually need to hire more radiologists. Another example of this is just look at home appliances. As we continue to make home appliances way more efficient from the 1960s into today, where they're energy efficient, far more capability, it's raised the need for more and more appliances. Many of us have more than one fridge. We have mini fridges, right? All of this, what it's done is it's lowered the cost, it's increased the capability and the reliability, and it's actually increased demand. So this is Jevons paradox at play, and I think the world that we need to realize is that today this is where we're at. We're still at the very beginning of this super cycle, as evidenced by the fact that we're confused, we're worried, we don't know exactly where this is going to go, and I would say just be patient. Looking at some of our MSP data, the reality is that people are using AI every single day. I don't have time to go through all of this, but you look at it, and the more employees we have, for sure, the more of AI apps that are in use. And so people are using this every single day. The question is, how are they using it? And we should be having discussions of this. What are you doing with it? How are you using it? What are you using it for? And how can we help you build and scale this, right? Also look at this, 46% or so of people are using AI every single day. So it's not just this pie in the sky thing. People are curious, they want to use it. And so what we're teaching MSPs all the time is if you're not engaging in those discussions, you're leaving money on the table and you're leaving capabilities out. So be thinking about all of this, right? I'm pretty much out of time, I'm sure. So I'm going to skip by a couple other things. Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA, said this, and he's also been guilty of some fear mongering too. But I do like this quote. He said, "You're not going to lose your job to AI, but you're going to lose your job to someone that uses AI." So I would encourage you to think about just start learning, just start playing. Just start grabbing some stuff. Almost every platform that's out there has a free version. You should start leveraging that and learning. It's one of the best things that you can do. You'll be amazed at how much you are going to be able to be capable with it. So what are we doing with it right now? Sorry, this is really hard to see, but we made a mission in my company. We said, hey, we are going to be AI first in almost everything we do. So currently, this is just March's data. So we pushed 146 pull requests, which is basically how we deliver code, with Claude Code. And the percentage of that is 93%. So we've kind of put this, and the only reason it's 93%, I want it to be about 95 to 98%. I want all, and by the way, how many developers am I laying off? 0. At 8 developers, they're all awesome. We're not getting rid of a single one of them. There's a difference between me, who's an idiot that vibe codes, and my developers who do what's called AI-assisted engineering, is like the fancy term. They actually know what they're doing. And so we've made a mandate in my company that we are going to use AI in everything. We want to see 95% plus of all PRs pushed by Claude. It doesn't mean that humans don't look at it. It means that humans are involved in the creation process, in the QA process. Every step along the way we're using it. If we don't do it, we won't survive. So we wrote 106,000 lines of code just last month alone, just with Claude. So it's really, really, really effective. If you put it in the hands of a dummy, like me, you're going to get dummy examples and dummy output. If you put it in the hands of someone that's highly skilled, you'll get great results. So what does that mean? The things you're learning right now in school, do not take those for granted. They're critically, critically important, all right? So the gap is around us. Understand that you're going to be on one side of the gap or the other, and I would tell you to be encouraged to test it and play it. All right, so I knew I wasn't going to have time for the rest of it. What I did want to talk about, and I'm out of time for it, and I think I'll just say super quickly, one of the biggest needs we have today, though, is how do we continue the outpaced growth in demand? So you look at the data center world, we do not have enough power, and we do not have enough chip capacity to be able to support where this economy is going. And so I want to paint this for you just very quickly, is in the next about 10 years or so, we're going to need to build the equivalent of 6 to 10 New York City power equivalents in data centers. Think about that. Just to keep up with demand, we need to build the equivalent of 6 to 8 New York cities. That's incredible. That is not going to happen easily. And so a slide right before I had this is AI is very physical. We need to be very well aware of this. I was talking to Dr. Ramage, and he was saying there's apparently some work with DOE and a potential data center coming into Paducah. I think you're going to see more of this, that you are going to see the future is not just in the big cities, the future is going rural. That we are going to need data centers in places where there's rural power generation, places where we've had coal power plants that are no longer effective, and we actually use the infrastructure for all of that to be able to build data centers upon. And so I just want to tell you, in a rural area, don't be afraid. Silicon Valley is not going to lead in the data center world. You just can't. There's not enough space for it, not enough capability. All right, that's all I have time. What I'm going to do, I wish I had time to talk about the rest. I don't. If you want the slides, grab them right there. I'll send them to you, and then I also will record this because I knew it would run out of time. That will right there, just pop in your email, and then I will get all of these over to you. Really appreciate you letting me chat with you today. Again, I'm going to be around all day, so if you have questions, please don't be intimidated. Come grab me, come ask me questions. I don't have all the answers for sure. I have a lot of opinions for what that's worth. So thanks for letting me speak with you today, and thanks for being here, and that's all I got.
Even with a possible bubble burst, which I agree that it is a bubble, it's going to burst, but they're not disappearing. I mean, AI is here to stay. I agree with everything you said. Do you feel that the energy need is ramping up too quickly and will be left with a lot of data centers that don't have the need?
It's a great question. I think maybe that's where some of the speculation is, for sure. But I do think where we're seeing growth and what's happening in nonstop innovation, my hunch is that we'll continue to be able to build the support for it. And I think it's usually I think you can build fairly laterally to keep up with the demand. It's not like it was going to show what China's doing, the difference between our manufacturing capabilities in China and far outpace us. The advantage America has is we have the knowledge capability. We still lead the models by far, we lead the innovation by far. And so I think as long as we're smart about understanding what we're building, where we're going, the capability of us to keep up pace is probably will be fine. It's the chip manufacturing, it's all kind of stuff we've got to continue to build to keep pace. And so I don't know, I'm hopeful that we'll continue to keep up, and I don't think there'll be a reduction to answer your question.
Well, I will certainly have more to say about Wes as we go throughout the day. May have a couple of nice pictures of Wes as well. All right, is this better? Okay. Before Bill comes up, our next speaker, I want to highlight, as I mentioned earlier, our sponsors allow us to pay for the drinks, for the refreshments, for the lunches, for all the logistics that go into this. And so it's really important. And I want to highlight DevSource, one of our sponsors, for just a minute before Bill comes up. DevSource has been a sponsor, a partner, a supporter of our program for a long, long time. Wes spent a lot of time in his presentation talking about MSPs, and frankly, DevSource, if I think I'm sharing this right, has worked with Wes in his previous startup, Perch, working with him now, has been a supporter of Wes, but more importantly, a supporter of Murray State in our program for a long time. They are based here in Murray. They are back in the corner. If you have questions for them, definitely go see them. DevSource is growing, expanding, and I'll actually share more about DevSource in a little bit as well, because they're an awesome company and one that has been a great advocate for our program, both in our area, but also around the region and even multiple states. So I appreciate their support for today. As I shift to Bill, many of you are sitting here saying, I'm not Department of War related or Department of Defense, whichever term you want to use. There's certainly the proper term nowadays, but there's a new thing coming along for businesses doing work with the Department of War, and it's called CMMC. CMMC is Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification. It's a compliance requirement, and there's more and more conversations that have been going on in that space. Bill and I had lunch not too long ago. We were talking about this, and I asked the question about what are some of the things that businesses are struggling with when it comes to this compliance part, and we started having that conversation. And my comment was, this applies to CMMC and every other compliance requirement that you may have to follow. And so I said, would you share this in context to CMMC? But what I'm asking you all to understand is that he may be saying that specifically about CMMC, but for our businesses, for organizations that we work with or will work with, because there's a lot of students, this is going to be true for everybody. So as you're thinking about this, think about CMMC as a general compliance framework and how that might work. But the important reason why I was talking to Bill about it, first of all, he's in our master's program, so I'd like to, he decided he didn't have enough education and enough credentials that he wanted to do our master's program, so I'm grateful that he is one of our students. But more importantly, he has been in this space for more than 35 years. He is former Defense Intelligence Agency, he's Army, he's been in a lot of military positions, but currently is an actual auditor, one of those assessors that will come in for CMMC and look at your company and what they're doing. So his perspective is not just somebody standing up here and talking about what it is and defining it and talking about it in theory. He is the one that's coming in and helping organizations get compliant in this framework. So I thought that Bill would have a lot of lessons from the field that he can share and talk. So Bill DeLong, if you'll come up and share a few words with us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. As Dr. Ramage said, my name is Bill DeLong. Good morning once again. Over the next roughly 30 minutes, I'm going to try to demystify something that Dr. Ramage was talking about, which is the cybersecurity maturity model certification. And like he said, if you're a small company and you work for the Department of Defense, Department of War, whatever we're going to call it this week, this is going to affect you, especially in the bottom line, the almighty dollar. My goal today is to give you a clear, practical foundation so you can understand what it is, why it exists, and what it means for your organization. Show of hands, how many of y'all have ever heard of it? How many of your businesses are heading for it or have already had it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty heavy stuff, isn't it not? I don't know how far you're all along in the process, but it's a very lengthy process, about 12 to 24 months, depending on where you're at. This is our agenda. As you can see, about 7 issues. And if you could, please hold your questions to the end, and I'll try to answer them. And like I said, I'll be here all day today, so if you want to talk offline about it, let me know. What is it? Well, the cybersecurity maturity model created by the Department of Defense to protect controlled, unclassified information. It's something we used to call FOUO, for official use only, with things like PII, legal sensitive, police sensitive, law enforcement sensitive. CMC requirements are embedded in the DFARS. That's a logistics regulation that says anytime or anyone who has a contract with the Department of Defense must basically secure the information or what information that they receive from the government in a specific manner using a specific framework, which is CMMC. It's followed by NIST 800-171, Rev 3, what we're on now, but the assessments are done with Rev 2. First issued, basically, we're on, initially it started out as CMMC 1.0. We're up to 2.0 now. CMMC 1 had 5 levels. Now we have 3 levels, basically foundational, which is FCI, federal contractor information. And then level 2, which is CUI, controlled unclassified information, and level 3, which is an advanced level. Core purpose, basically what I said, to ensure the security of information that is entrusted to the DIB or Defense Industrial Base, i.e. companies that do contracts with the government. The threat landscape is very, very real. As you can see, there's a lot of money involved, a lot of businesses involved. There's a lot of businesses in Kentucky that probably are going to require this. Talk to the folks at Apex back there. There's a lot of issues, a lot of money's involved. And people think, well, okay, they're companies. Why do they need this? The government shares specific information with companies that are considered special defense information. So what are the adversaries after? That's CUI, such as design specs for specific things, i.e. weapon systems, even vehicles. Yes, even vehicles, you'd be surprised. Vehicles, weapons, i.e. like in Tennessee, I know that when I worked with DebCAC, it was actually a pretty neat thing. We got to go do an assessment of a 50 caliber weapons manufacturer. I won't name the name, but yes, they had to have CMMC assessment. So it goes a lot of way. It's not punishment, okay, but it's a floor protection that the government must ensure that the information is protected. A lot of companies say, well, it's not fair, and it's understandable that they say that. CMMC has been around since 2017, so it's been in contracts since 2017. Almost a decade later, now the government is putting teeth in its regulations, and so it's becoming an issue now. As I said, 3 levels. Level 1, foundational, this applies to companies handling federal contract information, or FCI. That's basic information you receive or produce under a federal contract that's not meant for public release. There are 17 practices that you need to follow. There are common sense stuff like, passwords and things like this. It's all common sense stuff. A lot of stuff that we do in cybersecurity is actually common sense. If you haven't figured that already, hopefully you will. It's not all firewalls and all this. A lot of it is common sense. You self-assess yourself, and you recertify annually, and you input that score into what they call SPURS, which is suppliers. It's the system where where the company puts its supplier. I forgot what SPURS stand for. You'll have to excuse me, senior moment. But yes, it's inputted into SPURS, and actually a lot of the government agencies search for contractors in SPURS. Level 2, that's where you're going to find most of the companies in the defense industrial base. This is where there are 110 practices there. They're aligned with 800-171. For most companies at this level, you need a third-party assessment organization, or C3PAO. That's what I do right now. I work for a C3PAO. I work for Shellman. They're in Tampa. They're headquartered in Tampa. And they're done every 3 years. Level 3, or the expert certification. This is for high-risk programs. Assessments led by, it says here, the Defense Contract Security Agency. The government organization that actually does it is known as DebCAC. The Defense Industrial Base Cybersecurity Analysis Center. I worked for the DebCAC before I started working for Shellman, so I understand the ins and outs of that as well. Based on what you know right now, what level do you think this applies to your organization? The ones that raised your hands, what do you think? Level 1, 2, 2? Vast majority of you are going to end up being 2s. And that's okay, because I think this morning I looked it up and there was like 200 and something thousand organizations in the defense industrial base that required level 2 certification. I think we've gotten through maybe not quite 1,000 of those, and these are supposed to be done every 3 years. So, and the C3PAOs, I think there's only, I want to say 20 C3PAOs, but there's not many of those, and you have to have so many CCAs, which I do, to do an assessment at a minimum of 3 assessors. So 3 assessors per assessment, 200,000 organizations, about 180,000 of those are going to be level 2s. So there's a big bottleneck in both the assessments and the assessors. So if all of you students out there, I would be looking at the CCA field, CCP field. There's money to be made, actually. Not saying that, you don't want to do other things. We talked about for level 2, there are 14 domains. This is Rev 2. We're fixing to go into Rev 3, which adds an additional 3 domains. Essentially, what these are families of specific information, 110 practices, 14 domains currently. The largest being access control, which they highlight the ones that tend to, these are the ones that most small businesses actually mess up. So access control 22 is the biggest domain. It covers who can access your systems, what they can access and when. Multi-factor authentication, least privilege, remote access controls, all of those are in there. Identification and identification and authentication are 11 requirements. Password policies, multi-factor authentication, managing service accounts, system and communications protection, 16 requirements, network segmentation, encryption of information in transit, protecting information that as it moves in and out of your system. Incident response, there's only 3 requirements. The big thing is they require a documented test, which a lot of small companies don't necessarily have. So that gets them a lot of the times. The key tool here, as I said before, is the SPURS, which is the Supplier Performance Risk System. Every company must submit a score, and it's self-reported. A lot of companies report themselves as a 110. A 110 is the highest that you can get. People don't realize, well, if they come in and tell you that you probably self-scored yourself 50 or 80, believe it or not, that's actually a decent score. You say, well, how can a 50 or 80 be a decent score? Because you can go to negative 234. Yes, you can go into a negative score. So if you self-certify as 50 or 80, you're probably being honest. We have had companies, well, I'm on 110 till you get boots on the ground, and it's all bad because they have just lied to you. And actually, if you lie to the government will come after you. False Claims Acts are big. I don't know, a couple of months ago, there was the Georgia Tech issue. I don't know if you've heard that, where Georgia Tech, yes, down in Georgia, big research center, decided they were re-looked at by the government, and they were found to have submitted fraud information. So the government basically took them to court and took a lot of money back. I don't forget how many millions of dollars. So it can be very expensive. The assessment process, how it works. Generally, first of all, the company does what's called a gap analysis. You figure out where you're at, what you have, and what are your requirements per the 800-171, okay? All this information is out there. It's free. System security plan, what is that? This is a foundational document. It basically is a roadmap to the 110 objectives from the previous slides. It says what you have in place. A POAM, plan of action and milestones. Basically, what a POAM is are the issues that you have in a document so that you can say, we're working on this, this is how long it's going to take to get to it, and this is our status on it right now. Remediation. Obviously, if you put something on a POAM, the government expects you to be working on it to get it to where it's supposed to be. And then the assessment. That's where a C3PAO or DIBCAC will come in, look at all of your stuff that you've done as far as your company. Make sure that you've got your SSP or your system security plan in place, you have your POAM, and you're doing everything that is a requirement per, DFARS 7012. If you're a business and you're contract says 7012 compliant, you have CMMC issues. What's the language? This is some of the key terms. So that we're all in the same language. If you want to, you can go ahead and take a picture of this, like I was talking about. The bottom, CMMC, I'd like to point out, CMMC AB, Cyber AB, that is the organization that actually accredits C3PAOs. Even though they accredit C3PAOs, they are actually tested and certified by DIBCAC before Cyber AB provides them a certification. It used to be that Cyber AB actually certified CCAs. That's a certified CMMC assessor, or the CCP, certified CMMC practitioner. Now that actually is being done by ISACA, the same organization that does the CISM and the CISA. Now is working with Cyber AB for the certification. There's also another role which Cyber AB maintains, which is called a registered practitioner. If you plan to get involved with CMMC, I don't know if I would go the RP route. It's something that's probably going to end up going away. Essentially, a CCA or CCP and the RPs are generally consultants who assist organizations with where they're at right now. They can do like gap assessments. CCAs actually perform the assessments. CCP cannot independently perform an assessment, while a CCA can. And then you have a lead CCA. A lot, like I said before, these are actually maintained and certified now by ISACA. If you're a company and you know it and you want to start, this is your action plan immediately. Like I said before, pull out all of your contracts, look at the DFARS clause, which is going to be 252, 204, 7012, like I had said before. It'll often be buried in the terms and conditions. If it's there, then CMMC clock has been ticking since whenever you sign that contract. And you're already obligated. If you put your Johnny Henry on that contract, then you're already obligated to a CMMC, and if you don't have it in place, it's advisable that you get started. Determine your COI status. Talk to your contracting officer, your KO if you're in the business. Assign a cybersecurity owner. In a small business, this could be you. It could be an IT person or a managed service provider. But somebody has to own it. Someone's got to be the actual owner of the system. Short term, do that gap assessment, the self-assessment. There are a lot of free tools out there. NIST actually has a lot of them, and actually there are a lot of free tools on the DIBCAC website as well. This information is out there. It is free. And you can also work with consultants who are out there. But please be careful on the consultant. If you hire one, please make sure they know what they're doing, that they've done assessments, and that you don't end up paying for a service twice because, well, you've got an inferior consultant. Build your SSP and your POAM. They're living documents in the fact that every time you update something, you've got to update your SSP and your POAM. Then you submit your self-assessment scores and the SPURS. And it's okay, like I said, if you got a 40 or a 50, you're working on it. But if you put yourself in there as a 110, a lot of times it's going to end up being a red flag. And somebody's going to come look at it. Long term, close those gaps systematically. Like I said, this is not a short process. It can go from 12 to 24 months, depending on where you're at in the process. And remember the high interest domains first, access control, identification and authorization, and incident response. Those are a lot of the bigger ones that end up catching a lot of the organizations. Watch the rulemaking. Rulemaking is a big government word that means when we're going to make the regulations enforced. CMMC became really, really active last December the 25th of 2020, December of 2025. So as of December 2025, a lot of stuff has gone into effect, and we're waiting on some additional rulemaking when we go to Rev 3 or Revision 3 of the 800-171, where it'll go from 14 to 17 families, essentially more requirements. So it's coming. You know, for a small company getting to level 2 certification, it can go from like 50,000 to 200,000 total. It's not cheap. But then again, you know, this stuff has been in place since 2017, so you can't put, a lot of people are putting the cart before the horse. The cost of not doing it, well, if you don't do it, guess who takes your contract? Money goes bye-bye. Where do we go from here? These are a lot of the links that I've talked about, especially as far as NIST. If you want to go ahead and take a picture of these. And like I said, if you're one of the students here and you're fixing to graduate, I would look into doing something like this. It pays very decent for like a CCP. I know they start out roughly $75,000 to $90,000, which is not bad if you just graduate college. So something to look at. CCAs start at roughly 110 to 130. Lead CCAs, which I hold that designation, and they can go up to 160, 170,000 dollars a year. Depends on experience. So and like I said, there's a lot of free tools out there. And if you're a company and you're trying to get certified, please, please, please make sure that you get a good consultant and that you do your proper gap analysis. This is important if you want to keep that government contract. And I do understand that some of this stuff is prohibitive. It's cost prohibitive to a small company, and they're going to just go ahead and push it away, push off government contracts. But it's coming. I mean, Boeing has basically pushed down to all of its smaller subs or subcontractors that they will be CMMC compliant by a specific date. So even if you don't have a contract directly from the government, if you are a subcontractor for another larger organization such as Boeing or another large organization, if they're telling you you've got to be CMMC compliant, guess what? You have to be CMMC compliant. So it's going to go up and down a river, and you will be responsible. What you should remember today, it's mandatory. It's not optional. If you want to maintain your contracts, it's a compliance requirement. It's not nice to have. Level 2 is where most of you guys, your companies are going to live. That means 110 practices and an independent assessment by C3PO right now. But like I said, it'll be going from 14 to 17 families shortly. Well, it depends on when they're Rev 3. And sometimes the government can be really, really slow. Start with your contracts. Identify your clauses from DFARS. A lot of government regulations, and ensure that you are in that affected by DFARS 7012. If it says you have DFARS 7012 in your contract, you're responsible for CMMC. Know your SPURS score, that self-assessment score that you've inputted into the SPURS system. If you don't know it, you're already behind. and potentially in legal jeopardy. You have to know what it is. Start early. And we're talking start early, like as far as like right now, especially if you have a contract and it's coming up for renewal. There are companies that are struggling are the ones that waited until they had a contract on the line. That's true. The ones succeeding, well, they started 18 months ago. Like I said, currently there are roughly 200-something thousand companies in the defense industrial base, or the DIB, what we call it, that require some type of CMMC assessment. Some of those are level 1 self-assessments, so out of 200-something thousand, maybe 180,000 or more are going to have level 2 and level 3 assessments. Like I said, a level 2 assessment can only be done by a C3PAO, and level 3 can only be done by DIBCAC, which is a government organization. I know it can feel overwhelming. I mean, it is a lot of, especially when the government, when you hear someone from, say, we're from the government, we're here to help. I know it's difficult. I get that. But it's about building good security habits that protect your business and the government's information. This is especially important in today's environment. We hear all the time about how foreign adversaries are getting into the supply system. That's a big thing, like the Chinese. They're really big on stealing, not necessarily contracts, but like weapons plans and things like that. And that's why one of the big reasons CMMC came along is because of items like that. And the framework exists for a reason. That framework, CMMC, you've got free tools out there like the manual itself, which is 1-800-171, that you can follow. Top 10 reasons they fail. No SSP. Having an SSP is mandatory. If you go into an assessment without an SSP, you are an automatic BOLO, meaning you fail. Inadequate POAM management. Putting stuff on your document saying, well, we're going to fix it by this date. And when we assess you, and that date's already passed, and you haven't updated that information saying, okay, we not necessarily kick the can down the road, but we're waiting on something and we're updating that document. Insufficient workforce training. You see this a lot. This is a big issue. You've got employees, especially in small companies, click on links. That's a big issue. So don't click the link, but they don't have proper training. They're training not only their regular employees, that's a requirement, but also their IT employees. So there's basically two forms of training that you have to maintain. Unidentified CUI boundary and scope. This gets a lot of organizations in that they think, well, our whole network is the scope. Well, that's a big way to look at something and fail. Because if you only got a small enclave that you're putting CUI in, then the rest of your network is kind of it's not in scope. You want to make sure that you have your proper scope. That's one of the ways it keeps costs down, okay? Ensuring that you have the correct scope. If you don't have the correct scope and you think, well, this is our old organization. As a matter of fact, I'm working on a company right now. They have a small enclave. They even marked it off. We only have 21 laptops. But they sent us for their scope, their whole company. Their whole company consisted of like up to satellites. They were a geospatial organization. And they Also, besides having CUI, they had a lot of other data that they really didn't need to have us looking at. Weak access control implementation. This is the biggest one of them all, okay? Not everyone needs to have access to everything. It gets a lot of people. And like I said, access control is the largest family. 22 controls. It's the largest, and it gets the most people. Inadequate configuration management. Don't have Windows 7 when somebody comes to inspect you. We have seen that, you know. Windows 7, Windows 8, you know, stuff that's end of life. Poor incident response capability. Like I said, there's only 3 requirements for that family. And one of them that gets a lot of small organizations is you actually have to test your incident response plan. Why do you have a plan if you haven't tested it? That testing is important. Audit and accountability. Knowing who has access to your organization. When do they access it? Can you point to in the system, you know, where a person did this or did that? If you can't, that's going to get you. Unmanaged third-party supply chain risk. This is where your subcontracts lie. As a matter of fact, this is one of the big things that started what they call TPRM, third-party risk management. 2012, who remembers the Target issue? When Target was breached, they had a big breach. Well, what got Target? It wasn't Target itself. It was actually a company that was a subcontractor that actually worked, I want to say it was like, they were cleaners or something. So, I mean, yeah, a large company was breached because their cleaners did something. And they had access to that organization's network. Ergo, they got breached and they got locked up. And that's why a lot of this stuff actually came about because of this. And the SolarWinds incident, it became more governmentalized after that. Failure to continually monitor. And the government would call this CONMON. This is not a one check the box and then wait until the next time. The government expects you to continuously monitor what's going on inside your network or wherever you're maintaining that CUI. If you fail to do that, that's another big issue. Questions? Who has questions? Please, don't hesitate. And I'll try to answer them as best as I can.
Hey, Bill,
Yes,
you mentioned that there is a significant shortage of C3PAOs right now.
yes.
Has the Empire thought about issuing an R2D2 unit with every C3PAO?
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
How long did you sit on that question?
As an organization that we're going through a CMMC Level 2 project right now, I know the challenge and the difficulty. And as someone who has built a security leadership career around compliance and governance, and PCI is mainly the reason I have a job anyway to begin with. But for all the students that are here, this is an area, governance, risk, and compliance, or GRC, is really the domain in cybersecurity that is responsible for making sure all of these compliance regulations and rules and compliance and pieces that you have to do that you don't think you have to do will keep an organization running. And if it's an area that you haven't really focused on yet in your studies, I really think you should, because those people make a lot of money and they're always in demand. So it's a really critical thing. I really appreciate Bill being here to explain. So many organizations, especially that are going to begin using more and more federal government dollars, as those dollars are nice and they spend well, are going to have these requirements to CMMC. So definitely pay attention.
It's not sexy, mind you. You know, you're not a penetration tester or anything like that, you know. I'm not a black hat, you know. But it's actually a pretty cool career. I enjoy it because every company or organization that you go to assess does something different. So you see different things, how some companies do this, some companies do that. You'd be really very surprised. Some of them are pretty ingenious. Some of them are, well, stupid. But you see a lot. And like I said, GRC, as he had said, is important, and it does pay the bills. Yes, ma'am?
I would say, have you ever worked for a company that you really did not follow those regulations?
As far as an assessment company? Yes, and that's why I left those organizations, because I don't want to go to jail.
Other questions?
You mentioned that you were a member of the DIA. Which aspect were you involved with?
I fell into cybersecurity kind of off the wall. I did 22 years and some change in the Army, spent half my Army career at Fort Campbell between 101st and 5th Special Forces. I worked as an intel analyst, second half of my Army career, mainly with special operations and special mission units intelligence. I retired, went to work for an organization at Bragg that does a lot of different stuff. I was in intelligence, and it kind of, cybersecurity, it was an easy crosswalk. But what I did was we hunted people, all the stuff that people think is today, you know, as far as if you're in law enforcement, you know, cell phone tracking and stuff like that, we did that 20 years ago. So who knows what it is like now.
So in your firm, is there a backlog of, clients needing your services?
Yes, and a lot of them they say they're ready, but then we get to talking to them and they're not ready. But yes, there's a large backlog of the organizations seeking certification, and there's a backlog as far as needing assessors and CCPs.
And are the companies that are approved to do this, are they approved at a company level or an individual level, or both?
A C3PAO is an organization that has been accredited by the Cyber AB to perform assessments, but to become a C3PAO, that organization actually has to be certified by DIBCAC. And C3PAO can be, at a minimum, because I looked at a C3PAO, to start a C3PAO is at a minimum of roughly $80,000. Then you have to give Cyber more money, but you have to have a minimum of like 5 or 6 people. You need so many CCAs. You need so many lead CCAs. You need quality control people, which that person has to be a CCA, but also has to be certified as a CQAP. So it's pretty intensive.
All right, here's our last question.
Where do you find the jobs to apply for the CCP job?
Google. There's a lot out there, but I would make sure that you get certified, get a little bit of experience under your belt. It's like they say, a GRC experience.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everyone.
All right, before we take a break, which we're getting ready to, I want to highlight another one of our sponsors. Where are they? They're in the other corner. Cat Finance is another one of our gold sponsors, and Cat Finance is based in Nashville. I know, raise your hand if you're with Cat. Well, there's one in the back. Where's Doug? He's with the mothership, not the finance. He was in here. I don't know where he's at now. I just called him out for leaving the room too early before the break. But Cat's based in Nashville. They have hired our students for many, many years, particularly for our students. If you're interested in careers with Cat Finance, they have good paying jobs and good jobs down in Nashville, because we do have a lot of students that end up wanting to move that direction stop by and say hi to them during the break. But also during the break, we have a lot of vendors in the back. You'll want to go visit with them. DevSource and CAD, I've mentioned, System Solutions back there, Total Tech Solutions, Spectre Ops, B9 Security, Trace3, BFW, no, they did not do a vendor table, but BFW Markham's one of our sponsors. PCT, InfraGard, Kentucky Apex. The FBI's back there if you want to go talk to them or avoid them, right? No. You're going to hear from, after the break, you'll hear from the FBI and about their public-private partnership known as InfraGard and what that means. And a lot of you in this room are members of InfraGard. A lot of you in this room used to be members of InfraGard that need to be members again. And so you'll hear a little bit about that. But what we're going to do is take about a 20-minute break. I'll come back up and give you a couple of minute warning when it's time to start coming back. Take this time to visit with the vendors. And let me add one more plug. If there are any t-shirts left, our old legacy TSM type t-shirts are out by the registration table. If you want some, they're free for the taking. Yeah, I just got I want to make sure that you have to stand up there. I got to be here and watch this.
Okay, is it on? No. Can I turn it on right there?
It's supposed to be on. Here you go. You go ahead.
Well, we don't want to point at each other.
It says.
Okay, let's move this down here. Hi, everybody. I'm Jana Godwin, and I'm the Kentucky Director for the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, the CCDC. Now, it doesn't mean much to you. I don't think that a lot of people have heard of it, except for Murray State won the Kentucky competition. Yay, Murray. So what is CCDC? It is a competition amongst cybersecurity which tests the powers to actually control a network and the security surrounding that. So it's a platform where we're blue team, and of course there's a red team hitting you, and at the same time, the team is receiving these injects that say, hey, your boss needs a report on this. You've got to do this policy. So it's not just all technical, it's a lot. You have to keep your eyes open for attacks as well as understand the nuances of being an IT professional. So very excited for these guys. Congratulations again. And just wanted the businesses out there to understand, if you see someone has been participating in CCDC on a resume, huge. Because this is more than just the college experience. This is more than the classroom. This is hands-on experience. There's several more opportunities, and actually working with the National Guard on Cyber Bluegrass, which is coming up in November. So we've got a lot of competitions. Now, Cyber Bluegrass is also for professionals, not just for students. So think about that as you look in your own personal profession. If you want to get more out of it, join into these types of side hustles, if you will, and take a look. But again, CCDC, the Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, is huge. We even practiced a lot of those things that Bill was talking about in the CMMC, in that we took a part of the network down and they had to have a disaster recovery plan. So very practical, and think about that the next time. And again, congratulations to Murray State.
All right, so I get the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. It's hard to believe he's never presented at Security Matters before, but since it's his birthday, I figure I guess we can go ahead and let him present today. So he's going to update us, or update everyone on our renovations, what the program the center's up to. So here's Dr. Ramage.
So he told me that he was going to say, because I like to talk. And really what the issue is that I made him wear a suit today. I made him wear a jacket today, so he was upset. We had something happen a couple years ago that we have talked about in Security Matters that actually is going to change our program in a way that it hasn't changed in the life of our program. So I want to share a little bit about that, and yes, it's our renovation. And the reason I want to share about it, and actually Randall asked that I share this, because a lot of our alums, a lot of our students, a lot of our faculty and staff want to know what's going on and what's happening with the appropriation that we received. So in order to do that, I've got to go back to the beginning. And in preparation for this presentation, I wanted to make sure that I went back to really learn the history and make sure that I represent that well. And there's some nuggets that I found for sure. But our program was created out of legislation in 1997 that created the Programs of Distinction. Our program back then was created to be called the Telecommunication Systems Management Program. It's later changed, obviously, to Cybersecurity Network Management. Our program itself started in 1998. So what you're going to see with the renovation is by the time the renovation finishes, it's going to be about the 30-year anniversary of our program. So really what our renovation represents is taking the history of our 30 years and imagining what could our next 30 years be like. And that's really where we've started. So if you look at some milestones along our program, our first graduate was in 2000. We started our cybersecurity focus in 2001. So in the fall of 2001, students aren't old enough to remember that, but for those that, or current students aren't, for those that have more gray, obviously that was the semester or when 9/11 happened. And a lot of programs started security programs after 9/11. We were already doing it. We taught our first class in 2002, and there might be a guy sitting in the room that was in that class, in our first class. It was a long time ago, obviously, and just let me say our online classes are much better than they were in 2002. That was not very good back then. We received our first NSF grant to grow our cybersecurity program in 2003. It goes on and on. But this is the part I shared earlier, is that in this research, we started this conference. We had some regional things before, but what became our Security Matters conference started in 2006. So I thought that was pretty cool. I saw some pictures of old staff in the center, so I thought I would share that. And there's some gems in there. It's hard to believe I was ever really that young, but I guess I was at one point. A lot of good memories represented in our center staff. And the person in the pie was our first speaker that you see on the far right. I don't know where Wes went off to, but that was our first speaker. I am our fourth director of the center. I would say very few people in this room remember our first center director. He left shortly after I started, but he stepped down like 2 or 3 months after I started because his wife was sick and he needed to take care of her. Dr. Sparks served as our acting director for about 4 years. Most of you probably are most familiar with Dr. Gant. He was our director for about a decade, and now I've been in that role for over a decade. One of the things that we did a lot over the years is participate in ITERA. ITERA was a great event and one that we have been very proud of over the years. And if you look closely in there, you can see some faculty dressed up as students from back a long time ago. But you got to look really, really closely. Oh, wait, there he is. That's baby Randall. I shared this picture with Randall the other day, and his very first comment, and I bet he just whispered it as well, is that we misspelled his name. He was our student of the year that year, and we misspelled his name. It wasn't my fault because I wasn't here then. But if I'm going to make fun of Randall, I got to make fun of myself. So I came across these old pictures as well, and that's another picture of Wes on the left. But myself and my now wife, I don't think we were married. I think that's probably a year before we got married. Anyway, a lot of really good memories there. Cyber Cave is another one that started back then, and I'm going to come back to Cyber Cave in a minute, but another one that has great pictures. If you look at some of the projects I came across, there are some awesome projects that we did back in the day. I will point out that in 2003, we formalized our transfer agreement with the community college, and we have had that agreement in place. It's obviously updated and evolved, but we've had that in place now for 23 years since that time. More projects that we've done over time. These are more cybersecurity related than the ones before, but we have been doing projects in outreach for a long, long time. And then there's our labs. Our labs need a little bit of love. Have needed a little bit of love. And actually, this is my favorite picture because raise your hand if you have seen this picture in any promotional material that Murray State has had, because I believe we've used this for 25 years as in all of our promotion. But when our program started in 1998, the year before we were an electronics program, an electrical engineering technology program. These workstations were perfect for that. They are not perfect for cybersecurity, but we have made that work for 30 years. So last thing I'll point out is our National Advisory Board. We started our National Advisory Board in 2005. We had a regional advisory board before that, but our National Advisory Board started in 2005, and the picture on the left is that first year that we met. The picture on the right is one of our more recent meetings that we had, and we'll start our meeting this afternoon after this is over. And we talked about what are those enablers for growth. And we came up with a list. We had 7 things that were enablers to grow our program. And one of the big ones was space, facilities, our virtual lab environment. We needed to update those things. So we're able to do that now. And we're able to do that in a way that allows us to reimagine what we have and what we want. So for us, we started this renovation process with 3 things in mind. We wanted it to be professional looking, meaning we want our students to work in spaces that they're going to see when they get out in the real world, not an electronics makeshift lab. We want it to be functional. We have a great challenge of needing more seats for the butts in our program. There's a lot of programs that are shrinking. We're growing, which is a great program or a great problem to have, but it's certainly one that we have. And then we wanted it to be cool. We wanted a wow factor. So we started that design. Now, actually, we started with our floor plan. That's our current floor plan. Second floor of the IT building. It is the IT building has to be one of the most complicated buildings to navigate that there is on campus. And it was the engineering building. Matter of fact, downstairs, you can't get from one end of the building to the other without going across the loading dock or cutting through a classroom. You just can't do it. So when we started the remodel and we started talking to architects, the architect that we chose, JRA, said, let's look at this corner. So that's a corner in our building looking down a long hallway and a cross hallway. What does that look like? And he said, imagine what it could be. And they provided these renderings in their presentation to us. That what if we redid it and made it look like something different? And that's where we started. So this is where we ended up. So this is that hallway, that same corridor. This is where we are ending up kind of with reimagining. And I want to point a few things out because I think there's a few things that are important here. First of all, in the IT building, there's really nowhere for students to hang out. There's a student lounge that has, a couple couches and not a whole lot for where students can hang out or eat a meal or, do different things. So now we're putting in, I'm calling them restaurant booths because that's what they look like to me. We're going to end up having about 10 of them in a couple of different hallways where students can sit, they can come get their Chick-fil-A because everybody wants their Chick-fil-A, come back over and sit and charge their computer sitting at these tables. Also, the two big classrooms you see. So what was 225 and 223 for those alums, those were the two classrooms you were probably in the most. They are being reimagined. They are expanding. There's going to be one whole wall that's glass that you can see into it. Each of them will hold 32 stations. We'll actually have a glass foldable wall in between them to where if we need one lab with 64 stations, we can open it up. So there's going to be a lot of flexibility there. And then the other piece that I think is really cool is that we're going to have a lot of really, varying sizes really, but collaborative spaces where if you are a company that wants to interview a student, you can go get one of those spaces and interview a student. If you're a student group that's meeting and you need space for 4 or 5 people, 10 people, there's going to be some spaces where you can go in, shut the door. It's going to have a large monitor in there that you can show a slideshow or share documents or whatever type of collaboration that you would want to do. We're going to have a lot of spaces for that as well. I'm not going to stay on this slide for very long, but the one thing that I'll point out on this is that in the middle of the building, we are actually building a new hallway. We're adding another cross connect between two of the hallways to help with navigation in the building, and it actually should help quite a bit. The other question that everybody gets is, when is this going to happen, and is it going to mess with my class? The answer is soon, and yes, it's going to mess with your class. We're renovating a building where we are also teaching. Yes, there's going to be some disruptions. This summer, we're going to attack the areas in green. It's a classroom. It's a tiered classroom I'll show a picture in a minute of the tiered classroom. We're building a student SOC. So for those that remember our cyber cave is now going to be a SOC for students that can actually learn to work in a SOC. And then we're building a large OT cybersecurity space as well. So I'm excited about that. There is also construction that's going to be happening during the school year. It just is. And so there's a lot of space that's going to be added during the school year. Our center's getting renovated. There's going to be an industrial training room. So if companies want to come and do a training with us, we'll have a space that's dedicated, that's flexible for them. A lot of cool stuff. And then I mentioned all of those collaborative spaces. So all of that red and purple are new spaces that students, faculty, staff, whoever can meet in. We can reserve those spaces just like a conference room. They're all really conference rooms, just of varying sizes, if that makes sense. So I'm really excited about that. There's going to be, this is in the middle of the hallway. So for those that remember, it's 226, room 226, if you remember that room, the AdTran room where the telephony classes were for the older folks. John Hart's lab, maybe some people know it as. That room, this is outside of that room. There's going to be a little seating area for students. There's going to be more of those collaborative spaces for meetings, more of those restaurant booths. We're going to have our award wall that right now is in front of the Cyber Center. It's actually going to be down there in the midst of everything. And so it can be more of a focal point. Anyway, just a lot of really cool stuff. I want to show, this is that tiered classroom. So John Hart's lab, that 226 room, is going to become a 70-person tiered classroom, lecture room. So, that's a pretty cool thing. At least to me, that's a pretty cool thing. I'm going through this fast because there's a lot of really cool pieces that I want to highlight. This is our new labs. This will be the lab. This will be the lab that if you're a student, in-person student, you're going to spend a lot of time in these labs. These are what I call our workhorse labs. Right now, this is being done in 241 and 243. Again, these are room numbers that if you're not a current student or a recent alum, probably don't mean anything to you, but there's just a lot that's going to be happening. These tables will have computers on them, but the rendering at the bottom didn't show that. And then finally, our spaces are being designed with kind of what do we want to do, what skill sets do we want our students to have when they leave Murray State. So the labs are being designed that way, and our SOC is being designed that way. So we're actually going to have, right now we teach, we have a SOC class that we teach, and we have real data that comes in from Murray State's network where students analyze it. And the goal is, and we have community partners that want us to be able to include them. So when we get this space up and operational, not just virtual, we want to be able to do that. We want to be able to offer this as a service to our region. We were doing that. If you remember a few years ago, there was a man named Mike Hamilton that spoke at Security Matters. He was with a group called Pisces. We were doing that with Pisces. The cost of that got prohibitive, so we're bringing that in-house, and ultimately we're going to have that capability in-house to do that. And that's what in the SOC. The others are just student spaces, little student nooks, little hallway seating, meeting spaces, some of those pieces that we can have more students to hang out in. And then we're also going to have, one of the things, I was at a meeting at a conference back in October at UK's Student Center. And they had a large ballroom kind of like this where we were meeting. But during the breaks, the attendees kept wanting to go to one meeting room and get their pictures made in front of a wall. And that wall had all the SEC logos on it. So if you've ever been in that student center, you may know the wall I'm talking about. And I thought, we need some spaces where if you're a student group or if you're a visitor on campus and you want to get a picture, have some of those moments where you can get pictures made. That seems not important, and it's not that important, but it's also something that will be very important for ownership of our space, and we wanted to make sure that we had that for them. I will say this is the part I don't like about remodeling. I know what I want to do. I know what I want the spaces to be, but we had a lot of discussions on color, on those dividers between those restaurant booths. Man, we just about came to blows over those. I had to develop strong opinions for things that, frankly, I really don't have a strong opinion for. But anyway, so the renovation for us is really important. Let me just say, our colors are blue and gold. I thought it was as simple as saying blue and gold. Oh no. I mean, we had lengthy discussions about what shade of gold do we want. And then when they put it on the screen, so even the colors that you see on the screen aren't the colors that they're really, because it's the RGB settings on the projector are impacting what you see. Anyway, it was a lot of fun. So all these samples I have sitting in my office that we have had to debate and decide on what we want. But the renovations are awesome. I cannot be more excited about these renovations because it is the only time in my career that we're going to get this kind of infusion of capital to make these renovations. So I am very excited about it. But here's what I also know, that this appropriation wasn't about us needing new labs. The legislature doesn't want to fund new labs for the sake of having new labs. They don't care about our furniture. They don't care about our color. They care about what we're doing to help our students, and honestly, what we're doing to help secure the Commonwealth of Kentucky. So I think about our mission and our focus areas that we've had since our program started. All those things I talked about, those funny pictures of back when I didn't have gray, or back when Wes was getting pied in the face, we focused on our Murray State students first and foremost. We will always do that. But we had outreach. We focused on K-12. We focused on applied research. We focused on workforce development. All 5 of those things we are doing today. We still do, and we will continue to do that in the future. So, we put together our mission. We equip students, communities, and organizations through hands-on learning, applied research, and community outreach to enhance cybersecurity capacity and resilience. That has been our mission. That's what we do. That's what we've done. And that's what we'll continue to do, focusing on those same 5 categories that I talked about. Now, I will say this is a fun thing. One of the things that we all remember when we were students is those workstations. We all suffered through those workstations. Those electronics workbenches, not even stations, they were workbenches. And so as we're renovating, one of the things that I've had a lot of alumni ask me is, can I have a piece of that workbench? So the answer is actually going to be yes, you can have a piece of that workbench. So we're working on, this is just a rendering, we're working on how we can give that to you. And so, just like when Ordway Hall got torn down, you could get a commemorative brick. When the dorms got torn down, you could get a commemorative brick. We're going to do the same thing with those workbenches. So we are, stay tuned on that. More to come this summer. But Randall and I talked a lot about it, and I'm like, well, do you want one? And he's absolutely. We labored over those workbenches for a long time, so having a piece of that workbench just seems to fit. So that's the fun part. I got to shift gears. So one of our National Advisory Board members, alumni, friend, colleague, passed away a couple months ago. Wes was a 2005 graduate of our TSM program. Actually, he worked for Connected Nation for 20 plus years. For those that were at IT Matters the year before last, he spoke at IT Matters. So that was in the fall of 24. He was an awesome dude. He had a lot of jobs at Connected Nation, but his first job, actually, he was my intern. He was my student. He was my intern. We worked together for a long, long time. He agreed, and you can see our picture, his little baby face on the far left side, actually, maybe my baby face. That was probably 2005 or 6 when that picture was taken. His wife Melody actually posted the picture in the bottom middle yesterday because it's prom season. That was their high school prom picture. But December, well, it was on Wes's birthday, December 2024, he and I went to lunch in Bowling Green where he lives, and I did not realize he didn't feel well. That Sunday, which happens to be the Sunday before Christmas, they came home from church, and the Melody and the girls were getting ready to go eat lunch, and he said, I'm gonna, y'all go eat, I'm gonna lay down. And Melody said, no, you're not, we're going to the hospital. that started a 14-month battle with cancer. 22 rounds of chemo, and he fought hard. He was a really good dude. He did a lot for our program. He was a really good friend. He served our National Advisory Board for more than a decade. I honestly don't remember when he started on that, but it was for a long time. And, the National Advisory Board kept asking me, how's he doing? And I would give updates. And there were a few weeks that I would take him to chemo, and we would sit and talk about, he wanted to know what was going on. All of those pictures that you saw in the renderings, I sat in the chemo room and showed him all those pictures, and he gave his opinion. I mean, it didn't matter what was going on. He was still present with me, with his wife, with his girls, with his family, with his church. Melody shared a picture at some point last year where he was still teaching Sunday school, had to sit on a stool because he couldn't stand up for that long, but he still was doing all the things. Anyway, he passed away in January. It was fitting. You can see the picture from his wedding day up on the top row. December 10th, I think, was their wedding date. 2000, a long time ago, probably 2005-ish. It was snowing on that day. On the day of his funeral, it was snowing as well. I sent out a message to our National Advisory Board and shared that Wes had passed away. We have a National Advisory Board scholarship that's called the James Gant National Advisory Board Scholarship, and the first response I got from that email was from Dr. Gant asking if we could change the name of the scholarship to Wes Kerr. And I love Wes. I miss Wes every day. But I told him, I said, no, we can't change it because I don't want to diminish the role that you have done for our program. Because our program wouldn't be where it is without Dr. Gant. And so ultimately, what we did was we created a new scholarship. So it is not an easy thing for me to talk about Wes because I may be the first person that's cried at Security Matters. Maybe some people cried during a previous Drew presentation. But it is, I am very excited to share, and I should point out there's some of Wes's families here as well. And I appreciate your all's willingness to come over. Drew and Cameron, Wes loved his nephews and his niece, but loved his family. So today we're announcing a new scholarship. It's the Wes Kerr Cyber National Advisory Board Scholarship. It has started and it will start fully endowed, which means a lot of times as a memorial scholarship, people start scholarships and you have to raise the money. And first of all, we want to grow it, absolutely. But it is already, it will start with enough money to start awarding scholarships. And so that part of it I'm very excited about. And I'm excited that whether it's me or somebody else, that every year we're going to give out a scholarship and it's going to give us an opportunity to talk about Wes. I want his memory to continue, and there's so many others that do as well. So it's a small way, but it's certainly an awesome way to do that. And I want to ask, first of all, if Wes's family would come forward. CFSB is going to share a donation as well to that scholarship. And if all of our National Advisory Board members that are here would come forward, I want to get a picture with all of us. So I know there's a bunch. Everybody's got to stand up. Or quit talking in the back. Wes. standing up here. Everybody scooch. You got to scoot in. Scooch in. All right, so I know it's not a great transition. There's not a good way to transition from that. That makes me happy that we're able to do that, but certainly not an easy transition to anything. But I do want to transition. So my question for you all is on the renovation, and I have a microphone that we can pass around. What questions do you have? I've got time for 2 questions. Yes, ma'am.
You do a lot of like high school field trips and stuff such as Techmania and Engineering Day. How is the renovations and stuff going to affect those?
So the renovation, the question was about how does this impact high schools, field trips, things like that. First of all, the renovation was done with that in mind. So we want to make sure that we have space to handle. This year for Techmania, we had 197. That's a lot. We had 197 students. And we want to make sure that we have spaces to accommodate those. So this renovation will help with that. Techmania next year, I don't know what it's going to look like because we're going to be in the midst of renovation. So just like everybody else, we're going to have to call an audible for that for next year, but then we'll be able to go from there. Same thing. I mean, engineering, all of our high school activities, whether it's a field trip, whether it's Techmania, whether it's E-Day, all of those, we'll be able to utilize these spaces, and that was the intent. So as we're thinking through functionality, that's one of the functionality pieces that we're thinking about. Other questions? If you all want to know more about the renovation, we will, one of our security matters, probably in a couple years, we might even include a tour when we're done or something for folks to be able to come over and see it. And maybe we'll try to organize a ribbon cutting around the time of security matters or something. It seems like that might make good sense. But let me, before we go to our next speaker and hear from the FBI, let me highlight one more of our sponsors. So I don't know where they're at back there. System Solution, oh, there they are. Straight back behind the camera. System Solutions, another one of our partners this year, our gold sponsors this year. System Solutions is based in Paducah, but they're all over. I first knew about System Solutions with the work they're doing in the healthcare area up in Southern Illinois, and doing some really cool stuff. They have been a partner for us. I remember I went and met with them because they were wanting to hire a student, 10 years ago, maybe longer ago than that. And they're like, well, how do we hire more students? And so we have tried to accommodate that where they have fits, where they have opportunity. We certainly want to provide students, and they have a really good support system and continuing education for students as well. So we have a lot of students that go there to work for internships, for jobs, and they're at MSP as well, and do a lot of really good work, and I hear good feedback from businesses that work with them as well. And that to me is really important if I'm going to recommend a student to go work somewhere. So that is something I certainly want to make sure that we do. But, so anyway, so after our next speakers, we'll have a little bit of time to visit with our vendors, so make a point of going back there and visiting with them. But what I'm going to do now is introduce our FBI speakers. And what you all told me, and I didn't write it down, Grant's first, right? Where are you all? Yes, Grant's first, okay. So we have two different speakers. First is going to be Grant Riggs. Grant is a task force officer with the Cyber Squad out of the Louisville field office of the FBI. And when he finishes, we'll transition to Andrew Cole. Andrew is our point of contact for the InfraGard program. He does community outreach for the FBI, and we'll share more about that. But you can't miss him. He's the tall guy walking around. But both of them, the challenge is the FBI Louisville field office. We have a Paducah office, but the Louisville field office where the Cyber Squad is a long way away. And so we don't realize the capabilities they have. We don't realize the support they have. And we wanted to make sure that, first of all, we know what InfraGard is, but also that we hear about the Cyber Squad and the resources they provide. So if you ever need them, you can put a face to the name and know that at least somebody that you can call. Because when that bad day happens, you're not thinking straight. You're in a fog. So you want to know who to contact and not have to think about it or look it up. So with that, Grant, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. We're not, well, I take it back, depending on what time zone you're coming out of, it'd probably be good afternoon. But good morning to you all. Appreciate, thank you, Dr. Ramage, appreciate everything. First off, real quick, hat tip, Jared Wells is he's our squad supervisor. He had a big hand in we put this together over the last couple of weeks to get it ready for you all. Take note on the first slide right there. That's our field office phone number. If you ever need anything, you call that number. It'll ring into the ops center. Go through some prompts. They'll talk to you and they'll obviously get you to where you need to be. And then obviously Dr. Ramage has our contact information. We'll be able to connect that way. So real quick, this is your typical FBI cyber squad. Now keep in mind the FBI is really big, right? Some offices are bigger than others. Our office houses, I think in the entire Louisville AOR, which is the Louisville office, you got the Paducah office, you have the Bowling Green office, you have the London office, you have the Lexington office, and the Covington office. I think I hit them all, didn't I, Katie? Okay. 200 plus agents, staff, task force officers make up the entire Louisville area. You go out to like LA, New York, you're talking in the hundreds, some thousands, right? So they're pretty big. Here in Louisville, we have one cyber squad. As you can tell on that slide, New York has 10 plus. So on our one squad, when you look at 8 to 12 agents, 2 to 3 data analysts, intel analysts, computer scientists, could you only imagine how big one cyber squad in your city would look like? Just one, right? It'd probably be double that. Easy. They got 10. So if that kind of gives you the realm of how big these are. Some are bigger throughout the country than others. And in other cyber components, we have 21 legal attaches worldwide. So we have agents sitting in foreign countries like Australia, the United Kingdom, Spain, the list goes on and on. You can kind of look those up. Canada, that's a big one. All of our Five Eye partners, New Zealand. So we have attaches around the world, which actually helps us because most of our cyber actors, when you're dealing with data breaches and ransomware attacks, they are overseas. So we're able to liaise with those folks to help support our casework, and in turn, they kind of reach over to us from time to time, and we help support them. So it's a great partnership to have, having people over there. Our cyber division headquarters is located in Chantilly, Virginia. So main FBI headquarters is located in downtown Washington. Chantilly is a suburb, so it's about 25, 30 miles to the west in the suburbs. There we have the cyber action team, which predominantly, if there's a major cyber incident, they can actually deploy inside of just a few hours and get moving across the country if they had to help remediate some of that. Virtual asset team that tracks all your cryptocurrency. You're going to see some slides on that in a minute to kind of get your mind wrapped around about how many millions or even billions of dollars runs through the crypto world. We also have behavioral analysis unit. So most folks think of that as like mine hunters, right? You know, started off in the violent crime arena many years ago in the late 70s, mid to late 70s. Now we have them in the cyber world, right? To target our cyber actors. And then we also have the private sector cyber fusion unit, which actually sits up in Pittsburgh. So a lot of your Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies all come together to help coordinate, integrate, share. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we progress toward the end here. So pre-incident, this is kind of what we always tell folks. You know, in the other presentations, you would think a lot of times this is a given, but you'd be surprised how many times it's not. When we get, a lot of times we get calls, hey, we're having an incident, it's active, and you say, okay, what's your plan? Do you have certain things in place? You'd be surprised how many folks would, no, we really don't have anything. So this is always day number one, you got to get started here. Know who to contact. Louisville FBI, there's the number. Get you a private incident response firm. Let's talk about this for a minute. Some folks have them. Some folks have them on retainer with their insurance companies. That's a great thing. That's what you want. A lot of times we do work with private incident firms to share cyber threat intelligence of what actor they're seeing. If we have something that can help support them, we will. However, in talking about this, we were driving down this morning, and Katie saw an open source article that she sent to me. It's kind of interesting. A ransomware negotiator was arrested, and the FBI sees $10 million because they were working with the ransomware groups in regards to payment. So think about that one for a second. You have somebody that's supposed to be advocating on your behalf in a negotiation when you're locked out of your systems. They're technically negotiating with you and taking a part of the money from the ransomware actors. So it knows no bounds. It could be hands-on keyboard deploying the malware to now it's even people that you think are negotiating on your behalf to be taking the money that are in concert with them. IC3.gov is a great resource. You can get on there and see all kinds of statistics. There's reporting. It's a great way to reach out to us. StopRansomware.gov, some good information there, and then obviously CISA.gov. Those are some great resources. I'll let you all read that slide, but ultimately Operation Winter Shield just ended for us. But FBI Cyber Division puts out initiatives every quarter or at certain times of the year that we're really leaning in on because we're seeing certain areas in the cyber world that need more attention than others. And once again, it's to raise the awareness of the cyber risk and cyber threat landscape. This is a big one. A lot of folks get it. They really don't know what we do versus what we don't do. Well, here's what we do. We provide the threat information, tools, experts to help with the incident response. We have somebody on the squad that's an agent that is also a computer scientist that is on the CAT team, right? So they can really provide a lot of great insight. We have a good resource in that. We do notifications who may be unaware they have been compromised. You'd be surprised how many times a week we do this. And you talk about ruining somebody's day. It doesn't get any worse than making a phone call on a Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock saying, you may be working the weekend because we have information that your system's been compromised. And a lot of times it's like, you know, I don't say we're not believed, but it's kind of hard to believe. And then when we tell them where to go look, it's really a game changer. So we get these, I think last week we had 2 or 3 that we were able to kind of get out in front of. And then ultimately we investigate, we attribute, and we disrupt. This is, the next slide I think is very important because this is what we do not do. We are not a regulatory agency. So if you are not in compliance with a lot of the CSF frameworks, NIST frameworks, whatever framework it is you're using, we do not care. We do not care one bit. We are more interested in getting your system back online, and we're interested in finding out the actor that did it. That's all we are. We're collecting evidence of a crime. No different if we were collecting evidence at any other crime scene. Just because it's in a computer, it's still a crime. We're here to help with that. We want to get the evidence. We're not a remediation company. We're not going to restore your system. We're not going to get it back online. We don't do that. We don't publicize the intrusions or the victims. So should you have an incident, we're not going to get on the news and talk about it and give statements. It pretty much never leaves like our squad. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 people are going to know about it, and that's pretty much about it. And we do not search for unrelated activity. This goes back to if you're in noncompliance, if whatever's going on, if it is not at hand related to the cyber event, the criminal activity, we're not looking for it, and we don't care about it. Plain and simple. These are some of the numbers I was telling you all about the IC3 complaints. If you look more at the bottom, it kind of, just in the past 5 years, 4.2 million complaints, over 50 billion in loss, $836,000 on the average. Since 2000, they've gotten over 9 million. So just kind of look, since 2000, 9 million complaints. In the last 5 years, 4.2. See a pretty good uptick there. Now, these numbers here, these kind of capture what kind of complaints come in. Extortion, investment, I'll let you all kind of look through that. But the biggie at the bottom is how many involve cryptocurrency, right? Crimes involving cryptocurrency, 149,000 plus. And these slides are a little dated, like a few months. I'm sure those numbers are repopulated. But just to kind of get, you know, see where overall, more times than not, we're getting our complaints at. Now, what we try to do is we try to attack the key services model. And pretty much what that is the malware and delivery, the folks developing that, the infrastructure in which it's housed, dark web platforms and communications on the dark web and other channels, Discord, Telegram, I mean, they're all over the place, you just name them, and ultimately the financial. So if we can take out, we try to disrupt all 4 if we can. We try to get the ones that we know we can't. For example, in a minute, you're going to see a quasi case study where we really targeted the financial component of it and seized $4 million. That puts a hurt on some ransomware actors when you're able to get in their pocket, right? It hurts anybody when you get in their pocket for money. These folks are no different. The ransomware actors are set up almost, and they're run like a company. I mean, there's dozens of people doing things in there, from developing malware to helping deploy it, executing the financial aspect of it, the communications. I mean, there's not 1 or 2 people doing it. You may have 15, 20, 30 doing it. I think Scattered Spider, at one time, I think there's like 40 or 50 people doing it, maybe even more. And you got all the affiliates under them, right? So these are not 1s and 2s doing it. There's dozens of people that are helping facilitate some of these attacks. So anytime we're able to disrupt the malware or seize the infrastructure, that's always great. Disrupt the communications, and once again, like I said, the financial component. Anytime you can seize money, That does more harm, I mean, it just puts them out of business altogether. This is somewhat quasi of a case study. I'm not going to get into the weeds on this with you all because this happened out of our office. I don't know all the intricate knowledges about this case, so I'm not going to speak as if I do, because there's a big moving machine behind this. But the slide here you're seeing is like a dark web marketplace for an individual that pretty much laundered money from ransomware actors, and he was doing it by way of these marketplaces, right? I mean, look what drugs and chemical, malware, hacking and spam, fraud. I mean, you could, go on there and pretty much buy these items that this individual was selling. And it goes on and on. He profited very well. I believe it was around $4 million that was seized. But just to give you an idea, this is the crypto chain analysis document where we were running down the money on that. And if you look, I mean, it's going every which way, right? I mean, this is cryptocurrency flying all over the place. And this is just one individual. So if you can imagine what this would look like with 15, 20, how many ransomware groups there are out there, how many cross over. Some ransomware groups, they spin up one name and then they rebrand as another, same actors, same people, doing the same stuff. And then a lot of times now, depending on what they are, they're re-ransoming. They're coming back saying they're another group, but they're re-ransoming the victim. So, but this is one when it's follow the money. This is what it looks like when we follow the money. It gets this involved. So a lot of these cases, this is why they take time tracing some of this stuff. Ultimately, these are a couple subjects on the Elon Musk, we call it the Elon Musk case, WHM. You can actually read about this. This is open source. They recently got sentenced. Seized $700,000 from Palucci and Mararka. Like I said, $4 million, but there we are counting out the money on the table, right? I mean, that's just, it's once again, the key services model, get the money if you can, disrupt them. 20-year max with money laundering, wire fraud, drug trafficking, computer crimes, and tax offenses. If you are not that anybody here, but if you are a criminal and you make money, you have to pay taxes. Believe that or not. I mean, ask Al Capone. It happens. We will charge you for tax evasion if you are a criminal and make money and don't pay your taxes. So, not that anybody would ever claim being a drug trafficker on a W-2, but that's real. There you go. There's the sentences. Palucci, 30 months. Mararka, 121. $4 million in virtual currency seized. Prosecuted 6 money mules. So a lot of times we were sending money out. They were taking it, dropping it off to other places, and we helped support 10 other FBI cases that were impacted by this case. This is a new emerging thing. Does anybody know what this is?
Oh, yeah.
You have? What is it?
So people will take over a remote IT workers.
Uh-huh.
Or they'll take over a remote desktop or whatever for someone working overseas, and then they get access to like a gigantic company's database. They actually hacked Discord using that at one point. That's fun to read about.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty much spot on. So a lot of times you'll have, this is your IT workers, right? Remote. You send them out a laptop, they spin them up in these laptop farms. Sometimes you get 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I mean, you could get quite a few of them. And these people are getting paid like they're working for the company, but a laptop is being hosted in somebody's house. And, the nation state actor, do you know the nation state actor that's doing this? North Korea.
Yeah.
North Korea is doing it, yeah. It's a big North Korean push on this. Yes, ma'am. You got a question? That I don't know. sorry. I don't know that number. You got me on that one. If you all have remote folks out there somewhere, just something to think about. This is trending higher and higher all the time, believe it or not. Where do we go from here, right? Well, here in this room is where we go, with each other, talking about these things, getting to know the people that are sitting at the table with you, where they're at, what they do. Students engaging on this stuff on the front end. Number one, routine threat intel sharing. How many of you all ever call up an entity, let's say if you have healthcare, that if you're having an issue, you're seeing a phishing campaign coming across your system, call up to another healthcare entity, maybe across the way, across the state, and say, hey, we're getting a phishing email campaign. Are you all seeing this? Is it, something to think about. Does it hurt to call them up? Absolutely not. Even in higher ed, does it hurt to call up another higher ed institute and say, hey, we're seeing this go on. What are you all seeing? Because I'm going to tell you now, today it may not be you, but tomorrow it will. And who's to say they're going to stop at one place? So if one hospital falls under a ransomware attack, who's to say that the neighboring hospital won't fall under a ransomware attack? It happened about 18 months ago up in Connecticut. It shut about 5 or 6 hospital systems down. So this stuff is real, especially in the healthcare sector. We host a executive cyber summit, one-day local event. We're hosting it this year. I think we got the date out, June 17th. The FBI also has a CISO Academy Week in Quantico, which is a great experience. If any CISOs out there are interested, see myself or Andrew in the back. We can talk a little bit more about that. We also have the Citizens Academy at the field office. It usually meets in the fall, if I'm not mistaken, one night a week. Another great experience. Everybody that I know that have went through it or participated absolutely loved it. Teen Academy, that's going to be coming up. Obviously, the InfraGard program and cyber sharing initiatives from FBI headquarters, such as Winter Shield, which we hit on earlier. This picture was actually on the Elon Musk case. This actually got posted in like a cyber article, kind of. When you start, if you ever read that case, you'll wind up seeing this picture. It's out there, but this is kind of the artist that wrote it. It's like, hey, this is what the FBI guys look like over there in the office, working on this case. So we're in there counting money and doing all this stuff, and I'll say they actually did a pretty good job of that. It's not. I think that's me over there. I don't know, But yeah, I mean, this is, I'll leave you all with this, and I got time for a couple questions, I think. How am I doing on time, Andrew? Okay, great. There's no profession, I believe, and I say this from experience. I've been doing this for almost 27 years. It's a long time. That this is, cyber and working in this field. Number one, to me, it's one of the most patriotic things I've done. I've done a lot of stuff, a lot of criminal work, terrorism work, but this is one of the most patriotic because we're really doing a lot of good in protecting our critical infrastructure. But I'll say this, there's no other field out there where this is absolutely an ultimate team sport. Nowhere else can you coordinate, integrate, and share what's going on in your environment, where you're able to call upon resources around you, even with the FBI, where you're able to use where you're able to pull every lever and use every tool and authority. You actually get, Dr. Ramish could probably tell me if I'm wrong, to where we actually go offense and defense at the same exact time. Now, where else can you do that? This is truly, the ultimate team sport with public, private sector partnerships, higher education, federal government can come in and all work together and do it effectively. And I think that that all begins here in this room and in these events that we talked about. This is where we happen. This is how we fight. This is how we win. Sir, thank you very much. I'll take some questions if you all have them. Yes, sir.
What do you,
Oh, sorry.
You said that if the case works, that you'll travel somewhere to deal with the case, yes?
Deal with the case?
Yeah.
Yes.
How often when you say that happens?
That I travel to do with it, that I travel to work on a case? I'm trying to think of my travel schedule last year. I was, I was gone over 105 days last year. Yeah. Just a little.
so I wanted to ask, what is your opinion and thoughts on the age verification stuff that's going on? Digital ID, all of that?
You know, I'll say this, anything that, that prevents criminal activity is a good thing, right? I mean, we need to make sure people and certain things that they're doing are old enough to be able to do it. I mean, the stuff that we're seeing, like I said, we're talking about computer intrusions. We could go off on a child exploitation route and talk about that, and I mean, that's just a whole other conversation. But I say anything that requires age verification for some of the stuff that's out there on the web and on the net, yeah, absolutely, if it saves our youth, 100%.
All right, other questions? You're on the opposite side.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to Jimmy Murphy out of the FBI. He is actually developing a lot of the CCDC infrastructure. So FBI is out there helping students in many different ways. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I'll let them know. Thank you.
All right, one last question.
Yes, ma'am, I have. I've traveled just a little bit, you know, just kind of mantra about the FBI. I've traveled to some of the most rural areas in the state of Kentucky, to some of the most rural areas across this country, even other countries. So even out of the country, I've had to travel. So travel can be extensive. Just depends on how much you like to travel and how much you like to be gone from home. So yeah, a lot of it if it has to be done.
I was just going to say criminals don't discriminate.
No, they do not.
All right, so I'll let you, I think it's about time.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the time, and Dr. Ramage, appreciate you having us here. This is an absolutely great event, and I'll be in the back for a few minutes if anybody wants to come back and talk for a few. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
So apparently this podium is for people around 4'2". I'm the tall gentleman that was referenced. I'm Andrew. If I stand up straight, can you all hear me with this so I don't have to bend over for the next 10 minutes? Thank you. My back appreciates that. My name's Andrew Coyle, and I'm the Community Outreach and Private Sector Coordinator for the FBI Louisville Field Office. I woke up at 2:30 this morning to be here. I live right outside of Lexington, Kentucky. Got on the parkway, passed about 50 deer and about 4 cars. Apparently I was the only fool on the parkway this morning that early. But the sun rose and I was in Western Kentucky, my first time down here at Murray State University. Born and raised in Kentucky, but never been here. And I thought I was in a different state. I deal primarily with Central Kentucky, the Bluegrass area, and Appalachia, the foothills of Appalachia. I thought I'd went a little bit too far in my fatigue and ended up in Missouri, but absolutely gorgeous campus. I blame the military. I was worried about parking, and I showed up at 6:30 in the morning, and I was the only person in the parking lot. So I drove all this way. I was basically the first person at this conference. So I blame the Army for, if you're not early, you're late. As I drove across, though, super proud of the fact that most people think that FBI employees, based on TV shows, we all live in Washington, D.C., we get on planes and helicopters, we solve crimes in 30 minutes, and everybody goes back to Washington, D.C. That's not the case. Driving down here, I was able to go across numerous areas of responsibility where FBI employees live, work, play, and raise their families. The Lexington office, the Bowling Green office, the Paducah office, the Owensboro office. You have FBI people working at all of these locations to keep our Commonwealth of Kentucky safe and to keep our country safe. I have the distinct privilege of being the last thing that stands between you and a delicious meal. Luckily, I brought my appetite, so this will be fast, I promise you. We will get to the finish line right on time. A little bit about me so you know who stands before you here talking about the FBI InfraGard program. I'm a former Army counterintelligence special agent. I'm a former Arabic linguist with the Army as well. I have been with the FBI for 18 years, primarily 13 of those years being within the intelligence program, working on counterterrorism and counterintelligence matters. For the last 5 years, I've been involved with our public outreach and engagement, and most recently have become our InfraGard coordinator. Why am I here in front of you? I'm here in front of you to stress the fact we can accomplish nothing, no matter what industry you're in, without partnerships. Partnerships are the key to success. InfraGard is the biggest public-private partnership that the FBI has. I'm here today at the back table. We have some board members here as well from the InfraGard Kentucky Members Alliance. And I'm here on behalf of the InfraGard program that covers the entire state of Kentucky and across the United States has tens of thousands of members. The first presenter that was up here showed that massive wave and how the cycle was coming. I didn't know that coming in for the presentation, but I saw that and I recognized there is a big wave coming. There is an advancement in automation that's taking place that we have no comprehension of how awesome and amazing it's going to be. The same way that my grandfather, still alive now, 96 years old, doesn't understand how cell phones work, but they work. Those kind of changes are significant, and we're right on the beginning of a significant change with developments that are taking place with artificial intelligence. That will bring not only changes to society, but it will bring changes to crime. People will get sophisticated with how they are willing to cheat, steal, rob, and cheat people out of tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. We have to be ahead of that threat. We need you, and I want you to consider an opportunity to join InfraGard. As I mentioned before, this is a partnership. This is a partnership between the FBI and the critical infrastructure sectors that are fundamental to the way of life here in the United States of America. It is a partnership because it is the ability to exchange information between different entities, become aware of threats, and receive information to help keep Americans safe. And it has a wide range. I can almost guarantee you there's a way to articulate that the overwhelming majority of you all in this room work within a critical infrastructure sector. Collaboration, sharing, the ability to address threats through a robust partnership. This is a new program for me, but InfraGard is 30 years old. Who here is a member of InfraGard? Raise your hand, please. Thank you for your membership. I'm looking forward to growing the program, trying to get more across the state of Kentucky. We're very Louisville-centric right now, but we need to get across this entire state. And this was our opportunity. Dr. Ramage, thank you for the opportunity to get up here and talk about the program. Everybody take an opportunity to look at those 16 different critical infrastructure sectors. Raise your hand if you work or want to work one day if you're a student in one of these sectors, private or for the government. The overwhelming majority. There's an opportunity to join InfraGard to help with that information exchange. After this in the break, we have an opportunity. This is a pamphlet that we have available in the back with the InfraGard Kentucky Members Alliance and FBI InfraGard working together. It's an opportunity to note critical infrastructure is considered so vital to the United States that their incapacitation or destruction would have a debilitating effect on the national economic security, national public health, and national safety of our country. It is a profound mission to be able to try to address the threats facing these particular critical infrastructure sectors. We're very heavy within the information technology sector for obvious reasons, but within that information technology sector, it oftentimes covers a lot of the different other ones. If you are within that, please come back to the table or send me an email. I'll give you my contact information. What does the FBI provide to the general public in this relationship through InfraGard? We have access to the threat information that faces our country. To be brutally upfront, the threat picture that faces our country right now is one of the most complicated, sophisticated, and varied threats that we have ever faced. It is profound. I think everybody recognizes that just by watching the news. Things are changing. There is a very difficult threat picture out there. The FBI can provide that information in an unclassified system to our trusted partners that are part of InfraGard. That allows you all to understand trends that are taking place to better protect your assets, your people, your facilities. The exchange of ideas to understand the perspective of the private sector is going to be significantly different than the perspective of the public government sector. The exchange of ideas is healthy. The dialogue is needed and should be robust. We all need the old Rolodex. We need the contacts in our cell phones. When and not if that moment happens, where something of yours that is vital to your operations and success is compromised, the oh crap moment, where minutes matter and you need to get in touch with someone, you need to know who at the FBI I need to get in touch with so that we can address this issue. And the opportunity to get together. You may not get the opportunity to work with somebody that may be from the nuclear energy sector, but if you're part of InfraGard, there may be that opportunity with some of the trainings that we provide at our headquarters field office up in Louisville, or if we come out and do a road show and do a presentation across the state of Kentucky. Bless you. Membership requirements, they're easy peasy. Be a U.S. citizen, 18 years or older. If you submit an application, I'll run you through a limited FBI background check. That's a criminal history and check you through FBI holdings. We don't want convicted felons being part of the program. because we have the exchange of sensitive information, unclassified but still sensitive, that the general public would not have access to. If you want to check it out, put it in on the break. FBI InfraGard. Into your browser, check it out. It's got a great videos in there to give you more information about the program and how you can sign up. To the students in this room, look up here. Thank you all. As you study here at Murray State University, stay out of trouble. Look for opportunities for leadership and learn how to be part of a team. If you're interested in an opportunity to help keep your country safe and be part of something bigger than yourself, if you're in the cybersecurity program, you have the opportunity to potentially work for the FBI as an FBI cyber agent, a data analyst, a digital operations specialist, an electronics technician, information technology specialist. I say all those different career fields. You're at the beginning on your path towards an amazing opportunity to help keep your country safe and uphold the Constitution. To the members of the general public and the industry that are here, if you're looking for a career change, I'm not poaching you from somewhere else, but if you have a calling for government service to help the public and protect us, consider the FBI. We have a lot of technical career fields out there. Thank you for your time, and I hope you be interested in InfraGard.
So that was the fastest I saw students turn around ever. You need to get them to pay attention, have somebody from the FBI say, look at me, turn around, it works. It is lunchtime, so that is good news. So I'm going to dismiss you. I'm going to give you some instructions before you get up. Don't move yet. But we'll let everybody get settled, and then I will share a few comments before we start with our luncheon speaker. But what I would also say is, yes, there's going to be a line to get food. So if you want to visit with the vendors in the back, they're still sitting back there. So go back, say hi on your way. I know there's some that will be racing to be in the front of the line, but for others, feel free to go back and say hi if you want while we have a little bit of time. With that, instructions for lunch. Wave your hand, Dia and Cheryl. So where they're waving their hand, we're going to go out the door on the far side. So on the side by the vendors, there's a line that you'll go through the line, and then you'll come back in. Aiden, wave your hand. You'll come back in through those doors. All right? So that's going to be the flow, is out the door by the vendors. There'll be people out there to show you how to get through the line, and then you'll come back in the door on this side. Does that work? Food, desserts are out there. Oh, nope, desserts are in here. I lied. Drinks and desserts are in here. All right. You are free to go to lunch. So, first of all, as I mentioned, this is our 17th annual awards luncheon. We started the program, the Security Matters event. A few years later, we realized we wanted to recognize folks for what they're doing in our community. We later added a Nathan B. Stubblefield Distinguished Lecture Series to be part of this, which recognizes a gentleman that invented wireless telephony many, many, many moons ago, who is also from Murray. So we've had this for a while. And our speaker today, so our first speaker today and our last speaker today are the two gentlemen that have shared at Security Matters more than anybody else. And there's always a fight between them of who has done it the most. I say fight, not really, they're not fist fighting. But there's always this, who's done it the most. So we decided that if we're gonna ask one, we gotta ask the other. And so I won't say which one we wanted to ask first. But I was thinking, in the pictures that I shared during my presentation, I had pictures of Wes, but I didn't have any pictures of Drew. Drew Perry's our speaker, our next speaker. And I was trying to figure out why that is. And I shared a story before about him with you all, about him ordering pizza in the middle of class. So that mindset might be why he wasn't around when it was picture time either. But Drew is a graduate of our program, both our bachelor's and our master's, and has worked for Murray State, left Murray State, worked at Valvoline, Serta Simmons, and now leads IT and security for Ramaco in Lexington. And for our Stubblefield lecture today, I asked him, there's a lot of companies, a lot of people that are trying to build their security team, their IT teams, and he has been doing that at Ramaco right now and bringing it in-house. And what does that look like? How do you work with partners? How do you do all of these things? And how do you handle that human element? And so I asked if he would come share a little bit about some of those dynamics that he's dealt with. So without further ado, I'll welcome Drew Perry.
Thanks, everybody. It is a pleasure to be back here in my hometown of Murray, Kentucky. Before I start, thank you, Dr. Ramage, for that introduction. But the thing is, programs like this, events like this, don't happen without a whole lot of people working very hard behind the scenes to get things done. And then there's always somebody who's working not nearly as hard as everybody else in front of the scenes to get things done, and that happens to be Dr. Ramage. And his birthday is today. And what has happened is that there was a wonderful cake that was brought. Some people have mentioned some things. Some people sang happy birthday to him. But as an event as a whole, we have not yet acknowledged the man's birthday. And it is true that this event would not be nearly as uncoordinated as it is without his input. So I would like, here's the thing. Everybody who's worked with, for, or under him as a student knows we don't call him Michael Ramage. We don't call him Michael. We don't call him Doug. We call him just Ramage. He only has one name. It's like a pro wrestler. So we're going to sing Happy Birthday Ramage, right? And I'm expecting everybody to join in. And if you're not, I will personally come get you, drag you on stage, and you will join me. So, ready, everybody? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ramage. Happy birthday to you. That was awesome. Thank you all very much. Absolutely. Get some water here. So, as Dr. Ramage said, my name is Drew Perry. I'm the Vice President of Information Technology and Cybersecurity at a company called Ramaco Resources. Ramaco operates metallurgical coal assets in West Virginia and Virginia and is developing critical mineral resources in Wyoming. These materials are essential to advanced electronics, defense systems, and modern manufacturing. Until recently, the United States relied heavily on China for many of these critical earth elements, and companies like Ramaco are really working hard to change that.
Now, before I get into more about Ramaco and my job here, I see a lot of familiar faces out here, but for those that haven't met me, I am a local boy. I was born and raised in Marshall County and attended Murray State for several years. Long time. I think almost as long as they will let you before they said you have to get a degree. But then I got my bachelor's and master's in the program then known as Telecommunications Systems Management, which was an unfortunate name for an extraordinary program. Both of my parents were proud racers. My grandfather actually built many of the buildings here on campus. So being here with you today feels very much for me like coming home. My parents, who were racers, have since passed. But every time I come back to Murray, I try and bring a little part of them with me. And today, it's this absolutely ridiculous tie that I'm sure many of you have seen me wearing. This tie was my dad's. It's hung in my closet for 20 years as a reminder of my dad. And it's one of those things that I thought I should bring out today because my dad was a lifelong Trekkie, not a Trekker, a Trekkie. That's different. If you know the lore and people will fight each other over it, that's fine. But for Dad, Bones, Dr. McCoy, and Spock here, and Captain Kirk were the epitome of technology. And in these futuristic times that look nothing like they were supposed to, as Star Trek told us, I thought it was great to go ahead and bring that out for here. So, in my ridiculous tie, I came to Murray State, as the kids would say, sometime in the late 1900s. While I was here, I met my beautiful wife, Melissa, who was enrolled in our excellent nursing program, and went on to actually serve as the director of the critical care department here at the Murray-Callaway County Hospital. It was just after we had had our first child that Brian Purcell hired me as a PC repair technician in the IT help desk just across the way. I think the theory was that if I was going to take so darn long to get a degree, they might as well get some labor out of me while I was here. In fact, I was actually looking around earlier, and there are wireless access points in the ceiling of this building that I put up myself. So if the Wi-Fi in here is great, you're welcome. And if it's not, then the university probably should have replaced them sometime in the last 15 years. I'm deeply grateful to Brian and Linda Miller, Tommy Phillips, John Hart, Dr. Ramage, and all of the other faculty and staff that took time to mentor and grow me into a strong technology professional. I am very sorry that it didn't take, but I genuinely appreciate the effort you tried to make. In 2013, my family left for the bright lights and completely unjustified traffic of Lexington. And at that point, I joined Ashland Chemical Company, which used to be Ashland Oil, which people who are older than most of the people here remember as the gas station signs. I held information technology and security leadership positions at Ashland and then Valvoline, as well as Serta Simmons, the sheep mattress people. That's always fun. I have pins that have a little sheep and a security lock on them. If anyone wants one, I'll give them out to you after the talk. Every time I join an organization, I try to do some little branding that helps the organization understand information technology and cybersecurity as an independent function, and pins are kind of one of the ways that's easy for us to do that. The great thing about these organizations was that they were large, multinational, often global organizations with large, diverse teams of professionals. There were groups that had every IT function, every business function had a thoroughly developed process, had well-organized groups of responsible professionals who knew their jobs. Everyone was aligned in the same direction with the same goal most of the time. But when problems arose, people generally knew their roles and knew how to move quickly. Sometimes it was smooth, sometimes there were a few bumps, but overall the process and the business worked. And then in January 2025, I decided to take on a new challenge. I joined Ramaco. Now, at the time, we were months away from breaking ground on a new rare earth development with promising concentrations of materials like gallium, germanium, and scandium. I had no idea what those were, but I was told that in geological circles, those are the good stuff. China had recently restricted exports of several of these critical minerals to the United States, creating a supply chain pressure and national interest in domestic sources. So Ramaco was going to step into that opportunity, and there was consensus that becoming relevant to critical mineral supply chains might also make us more interesting to foreign threat actors. So I was brought in to evaluate Ramaco's current technology and security positions because up until this point, all of the IT and cybersecurity functions within Ramaco have been managed by external third parties. had been a relatively smaller organization, and managed service providers had done a really good job of meeting the needs of the organization up until then. So there were no internal IT resources. I would come in as literally IT employee number one, starting again from scratch, building a new team, but also inheriting the existing technology program in its current state. So I walked in with what I thought was a clear mental model, right? The company overall was much leaner than the global enterprises where I'd worked before. There were about 1,000 employees overall, but only 200 of them even had a laptop. It's very small when it comes to the knowledge worker space. And within my previous teams, we'd had ownership and processes for everything. If there was a problem, I knew who owned it. If something broke, there was a clear path to resolution. It was structured, it was layered, and it was very defined. So I was assuming that I was stepping into a smaller version of that same model. And for what I can only assume was the absolute first time in my entire life, I was wrong. On paper, I was it. I was the entire IT and security team. But in reality, there were a lot of people that were already involved. We had 2 separate managed service providers, 2 technology support providers. Both were capable, both were engaged, and both had contracts that, at least on the surface, seemed to cover overlapping areas. And then there were internal stakeholders. There were leaders, non-technology leaders, across the business who had been helping oversee IT before I arrived. They cared a lot, they were very invested, and they had been making decisions for a while that they were very proud of. So I'm looking at this environment and thinking, okay, there are a lot of people involved here. This should work. And then I asked what I thought was a very simple question. Who owns what process? Who owns what thing around here? And I got 2 entirely different answers from 2 entirely different service providers. Neither of these providers were aligned in their answers. Neither agreed, but not in a possessive way. It wasn't like they circled around a server and sat on it screaming, "My precious," and you can't touch it. It was more like the childhood moment when something needs to be done that's not fun, and everybody sits around and touches their nose and says, "Not it." Did you guys ever do this thing when you were little, where you touch your nose? Everybody touch your nose for me real quick. All right, the last person who touched your nose, whoever that was, now you have to do it, whatever it was, okay? So there was a whole lot of nose touching in my organization. So that's when I realized that I didn't actually have a staffing problem, I had an ownership problem. Because if everyone thinks that it's somebody else's responsibility, nobody owns it. And the more I dug in, the more I realized this wasn't an isolated issue. Responsibilities had overlapped, assumptions had filled the gaps, and internally there were multiple perspectives on how things should be done based on what had worked well, or at least halfway functioned before I got there. And to be clear, none of this was coming from a bad place. The providers were doing exactly what they were contracted to do. The business leaders were doing everything they had to do to keep the business moving. But no one was operating from a single shared model. No one was aiming in the same direction. And at the same time, the environment we were operating in wasn't simple. Our operations were definitely regional, but our exposure wasn't. Our customers were global, our supply chain was global, and the threat landscape for us was absolutely global. And none of that scales down just because your org chart does. So that's because headcount for me and complexity aren't the same thing. There were fewer internal resources, but none of the responsibility had gone away. I had not taken, in fact, a smaller job. I had taken a job with fewer buffers. And the first 90 days in that job taught me something else. In large organizations, problems often arrive already filtered. By the time they would reach you, somebody has categorized them, somebody has prioritized them, maybe even put them in a PowerPoint slide. But in a lean environment, they arrive raw. A network issue, a vendor question, a budget question, a password reset, a strategic discussion, a phone call from an executive with an email issue, sometimes before you even had coffee, often before you even have pants on. In bigger companies, leaders often get to specialize in areas that they really, really like. In smaller organizations, leaders have to context switch for sport. So that first quarter, I felt less like an executive and more like an air traffic controller with mild trust issues. So I'll give you a quick example. This is a simple one. It was early on. It was a small issue that should have been caught and resolved sooner. There was an executive's mailbox really high important executive, and they all think they're really high important. His email box was approaching its maximum storage capacity, right? We all know that. Email boxes get full because none of us delete the things we're supposed to. But it should have been an easy fix. It was getting right up there to the end. Now, some executives use email as a communication tool. Others use it as a historical archive, a document repository, and an emotional support animal. So, a quick PSA from your friendly neighborhood Cyberman. Email is one of the first places attackers go. If your inbox contains the complete record of every important business conversation you've ever had, you may not have to worry about detecting privilege escalation and lateral movement inside your network from cybercriminals. You may just be hosed on day one because there was an email in somebody's inbox that said, important bank information. So anyway, executive's email box was almost full. I had assumed one of these providers was taking care of it. They assumed the other was taking care of it. That important executive then traveled across the planet to an international coal forum that was extremely appropriate to the business, I have since been told loudly. You can probably guess who received the early morning call from Executive Eddie Inbox, who suddenly couldn't send email. And by the way, business time in France is not awake time for Drew in Lexington. So it wasn't a technical failure, right? Nothing has broken. It wasn't an IT support issue. But along the way, everybody had said, not it. So I stopped asking, not it. I stopped asking, why didn't somebody handle this? And started asking, why isn't someone accountable for this? Because as you're probably going to understand soon, the accountable person is always going to be you. So in this kerfuffle that I have, where do I begin, right? Policies, procedures, processes, potato salad. We were on a P-roll, so I got there. Let me tell you a quick side story about potato salad. It's my favorite phrase, and you'll understand why. I have a mild stutter when I speak. Mine usually shows up as what are called speech blocks, where the word is in my head, but it refuses to participate in the conversation. Officially, techniques that, I'm going to read this exactly, techniques that simplify speech reduce the processing load so speech can start and keep the conversation flowing. That is the official thing that my therapist has told me, right? But one of the techniques I use in this is called placeholder words. If my brain stalls, I swap in a word that I can say easily. My current favorite word is potato salad. I say current, you'll see why. The challenge with placeholder words is you can't invent one in the moment. If your brain freezes, it's already too late. You have to have a word that you use in regular conversation already ready to go that you can flip in. So if I'm resetting a password, potato salad 2026, right? If I'm creating a website example for a slide deck, www.potatosalad.com. If I'm trying to remember an actor's name, it was that alien invasion movie where they go back in time starting potato salad. In that example, potato salad was Chris Pratt. I got that one. I used to use another word, and some of the folks that I used to work with know this story. I used to use, let's call it, for safety's sake, happy puppy. That was the phrase that once upon a time I used. It wasn't exactly like that, but I don't want you Googling it because you'll understand why. It was cute, light, and most of all, it was safe. Back in 2012, I was adjuncting an HTML class in the evenings here at Murray State. I taught it several semesters, and I reused a slide deck that I had created in a previous semester for the content. And one of the slides used an example website, www.happypuppy.com. Now, in my defense, when I first built that slide, the domain was completely unregistered. It was safe, harmless, and educational. From one semester to the next, that changed dramatically. As websites are wont to do, they don't stay unregistered. And by the time I taught the course again, someone had registered happypuppy.com, and let's just say it was, at best, not appropriate for an institute of higher learning. And in reality, it was an extraordinarily explicit male adult content site. I discovered this at the exact same time that every student in my class did as they typed it into the browser of their computer as instructed by my own lab content. And they had really committed to the branding, right? It was up there on the homepage in full Technicolor. It was exactly what you're expecting. So the moral of the story is, always check your placeholder phrases, and if you have to, register them as a domain. So now I use potato salad. This story also, by the way, has absolutely nothing to do with the rest of the talk. I'm just fairly confident that at this point, the statute of limitations has expired, and I can tell this story without our friendly campus police escorting me off the property. So, back to business. Policies, procedure, process, potato salad, where do I get? So do I start from scratch, rebuilding our IT program from the ground up, and potentially throwing the baby out with years of pre-existing bathwater? Do I dig us out of the predicament, another P word, potato salad? Do I dig us out of the potato salad we find ourselves in and move forward with the resources I already have available? Do I crawl into a hole with a warm blanket and wait for the eventual heat death of the universe? This particular option has been very enticing many times throughout my career, particularly in the Happy Puppy incident. So I went with what I was good at. I was used to working within a team. I was used to building teams and building these processes, setting priorities, setting goals and expectations, engaging together to develop these policies, procedures, processes, and potato salad. So that's what I did. I brought everyone together, both providers, several of my key important executive internal stakeholders, and I thought this will be great. This is what I know, this is what I'm good at. We'll align quickly and I'll be the big damn hero. What I actually got was three different versions of how things worked. 3 different versions of responsibility, 3 different versions of how things have worked even, and a lot of polite agreement. That didn't actually mean agreement. I'm sure you've all been in that meeting where something's wrong, something needs to be fixed, and we all get in the room and go hump, and everybody talks about it, everybody nods, we all agree, we walk out thinking, we did it, way to go, right? And then absolutely nothing changes whatsoever. This particular meeting was that exact same meeting. And it reminded me of something important that I hadn't had to deal with in a long time, thanks to being part of some really great teams. Alignment isn't a meeting. Alignment is what happens after the meeting when people start making the same decisions without you in the room. Nodding is not alignment, it's just good manners. So after that first alignment meeting, I went home with 2 realizations. First, I was not really the hero that I had imagined in my own internal movie trailer. And second, I had been asking the wrong question. I kept asking, how do I do all of this with so few people? And that turned out not to be the real issue. Because what really changed wasn't the importance of the job, it was the shape of the job. In other organizations that were larger, I had specialists, deep experts, entire teams focused on one lane. In this organization, the lanes were fewer, but they were much wider. Breadth had replaced depth. Managing functions became orchestrating outcomes. And the personal operational load changed too. Because when you're the internal point person, everything has a tendency to find you. Questions find you, problems find you, incidents with the printer find you. I cannot tell you the last time before I joined this organization I had dealt with a PC load letter failure, but it was probably when I worked at the help desk. But a few very important things hadn't changed. Risks still needed to be managed. The business still needed dependable systems. People still expected technology to just work, usually right after they clicked on something suspicious. And leadership still required strategy, accountability, and direction. So I stopped thinking of it as a smaller version of my previous roles. It was a higher leverage version of leadership. Less distinction between decisions and consequences, less bureaucracy, less room to hide with my warm blanket, and as we established earlier, fewer buffers. And that led me to another lesson that I probably should have learned sooner. Your team is not limited to the people whose names appear beneath yours in the org chart. If that were true, at one point, I would have had absolutely no direct reports at all. It would have just been me, and this would have been a much shorter presentation as I would be handing out my resume and asking all of you for a job. My real team actually included internal stakeholders, outside providers, security partners, software vendors, and people who probably didn't even realize they had suddenly become part of my team. And that's increasingly how modern leadership works. Very few leaders today succeed with only direct reports. We lead across departments, across time zones, across vendors, across personalities. Sometimes we lead across people who still mute themselves while talking on video calls. The old mindset was vendor management, and the better mindset now is team leadership, regardless of who gets the paycheck. Because vendors deliver services, but teams deliver outcomes. So that doesn't mean that everyone becomes your best friend and we all get matching jackets. It means that expectations are clear, ownership is clear, communication is consistent, and success is always shared. That's what turns a collection of third parties into a functioning team. And to be clear, this isn't really an IT story. It's a story about modern leadership. Today, many of us lead people we don't formally manage. Vendors, contractors, those cross-functional peers, volunteers, community groups, family schedules. We're all trying to produce outcomes through relationships that don't come with direct authority, which means more and more leadership today depends less on title and more on influence, clarity, and trust. So talk about clarity. I have 3 kids, the youngest of whom is an energetic 6-year-old. She's the absolute light of my life, which I've been told by my wife I'm required to say. And she loves playing with the 2 girls her age that live on either side of us. These girls are amazing, to say the least. When the weather is warm, there is a neighborhood park just down the street from us, and the 3 of them will go, and I swear to God, they will establish diplomatic control over the entire park. There are times that I feel like I should be paying some kind of allegiance to them for even living in the neighborhood. One Saturday morning, her friends rang the doorbell and they wanted to go play. Now, my wife had made me promise to remind her that she had promised to clean her room this Saturday before she could go play with her friends. She, as any 6-year-old does, responded with the kind of outrage that's usually reserved for tax audits and congressional hearings. But eventually she relented, and all 3 girls went upstairs to clean. All 3 girls went upstairs to clean, because why not, right? The more the merrier. I'm sure this will happen better and quicker because there's more of them. Well, less than 10 minutes later, all 3 of them come flying down the stairs and burst out the front door. One of them, I don't know who it was, yelling at me, "Room's clean, Dad." Now, as a father, I had used all of my emotional resources just to get her upstairs and clean in the first time. So instead of stopping her, I said, okay, I'm going to go upstairs and inspect the results for myself. And what I found was not so much a clean room as a creative interpretation of the definition of cleanliness. So later that afternoon, she comes in for lunch and proudly reminds me how hard she and all of her friends had cleaned. So I ask her a simple question: do you think your room is clean? And she said, absolutely yes, with the confidence of a 6-year-old, right? So I explained to her, Bug, I call her Bug, when I said clean your room, I did not specifically say clean under your bed, and I didn't say that the bed counted as part of your room. I didn't specifically say that the dirty dishes on your dresser belonged in the kitchen sink instead of under your bed. I assumed, wrongly, that we shared the exact same definition of cleaning your room. And then she looked at me, and I swear to God they're trained to do this. She looked at me and she said, "Did I do good, Daddy?" And as a parent, that kicks you right in the feels, right? Because technically the answer was yes. She had worked hard. She had worked hard-ish. She had at least meant well, right? She was proud of what she had done. She just didn't know what success looked like. And honestly, many adults don't either. They're just better at hiding it. And that was a leadership lesson, standing in my kitchen holding a peanut butter sandwich. It's hard to meet expectations when you don't know what those expectations are. That is true for 6-year-olds, and it is equally true for adults in business. So once I understood that, I changed how I approached my providers. I changed how I approached all of my providers and partners. Less frustration, more clarity. Less assuming, more defining. We clarified all our responsibilities. We documented ownership. We established regular operating meetings. We created escalation paths. We agreed on what success looked like before we judged performance. Because service level agreements are helpful, but they are not magic. A contract can tell you response times. It can't create accountability. A statement of work can describe tasks, but it can't create true teamwork. Those things have to be led. And that applies far beyond IT. If you lead people, internal, external, your job is not just assigning tasks. Your job is creating clarity. Now, I would love to tell you all that every single partner embraced this new model immediately and without drama. They absolutely did not. One of the providers was entirely unwilling to operate within the clearer shared accountability structure that we were building. And that forced a hard decision. Sometimes leadership means coaching. Sometimes leadership means patience. And sometimes leadership means ending a relationship that no longer fits where you need to go. So we made a change. We realigned responsibilities with the remaining provider. We brought in a new managed security partner to fill critical gaps. I added a director of IT operations to focus on key operational areas so that I could keep my mind head on strategic and security functions. And because our expectations were clear from day one, the relationship worked better from the start. There is an important lesson in that. Not every problem is solved by better management. Some problems are solved by a better fit. Now, I learned a lot in that first year. I underestimated how much time I would spend aligning people instead of fixing systems. I assumed contracts reflected reality. I thought outside partners would naturally coordinate. I also learned that many technology problems are not really technical problems. They are clarity problems wearing a technical disguise. And perhaps most importantly, I learned that being busy and being effective are two very different things. I have been excellent at both of those throughout my career, but not necessarily at the same time. So I also learned something that I now definitely deeply believe. In lean organizations, 1 + 1 can equal 3. If you're a team of one, everything cues to you. Decisions cue to you, questions, problems, everything comes to you no matter how many support services you have. You can work all day and still feel behind because the bottleneck is not effort, it's bandwidth. But when you add one capable person or one truly aligned partner, something changes. Work stops piling up and it starts moving forward. Decisions happen faster, energy can return, momentum definitely shows up. The second person doesn't just double output. Sometimes they give the first person back their brain. So if you lead a team or a business unit, a classroom, a family, or even a Cub Scout den, let me offer 3 simple takeaways that I wish to God I had learned more than a year ago. Number 1, define ownership clearly. If it is unclear who owns something, you own it, at least when it goes wrong. Ownership is where accountability lives. Number 2, create one operating rhythm. People work better when expectations are clear, when meetings, updates, accountability, follow-up are regular. Consistency beats intensity, and I will absolutely fall on my sword and say that this is an area I have personally struggled with, especially when the calendar fills up and free time is scarce. Chaos is absolutely expensive. And number 3, clearly define what success looks like. This has become a leadership mantra of mine that I fortunately did learn a long time ago and have brought through all of the teams that I've built. Too many teams are asked to run a race without ever being told where the finish line is. Is this a 5K? Is this a half marathon? Is this a Ironman Ultra Death Valley 100 run till you drop thing? What is it, right? How can people know they're doing well, or even if they're done with a race, if no one has clearly defined where the finish line is in the first place? When people understand the mission, their role, and what winning actually looks like, performance improves drastically. Most people are willing to work hard. They just need to know where hard work is supposed to take them, because ambiguity burns energy. At the beginning of this role, I thought my biggest challenge would be resources. Again, like I said, how do I do all of this with fewer people? That turned out not really to be the real challenge. The real challenge was clarity. Clarity of ownership, clarity of expectations, and clarity about the team. What actually is the team? Once that became clear, the same stakeholders who had been pulling in different directions started aligning around common goals. The same providers who had operated in silos started operating like a team. Not because everyone changed overnight, not because the system changed, but because ownership was clearer, because expectations were consistent, and because success was defined. And I stopped trying to do everything myself, and instead I focused only on what I could do. Set that direction, build that trust, remove confusion, hold the system together. That's when things began to move. And when I say began to move, they weren't perfect, it wasn't instantaneous, and it still took a long time to write. And in all fairness, we still have a long road ahead of us. But it reminded me that leadership is not measured by headcount, it is measured by outcomes. Whether your team is 30 people or 3 partners, the mission is still the same. People need to know, again, number one, what they own. Number two, what is expected. And number three, what success looks like. If you give them that, good people usually do remarkable things. Early on, I walked into a lot of not if moments. And today, we don't have any more not if moments. We just have how do I help moments. So thank you, and live long and prosper.
So as I mentioned, this is the Nathan Stubblefield Distinguished Lecture Series. So the speaker at lunch always receives the Nathan Stubblefield Award. And we also give along with it a book written by one of our Murray State faculty in the journalism department, Bob Lochte, now retired, but Bob Lochte, who wrote a book about it. So if you don't know, which you probably already do know that history, you can read it or give it to a friend because they'll want to read it too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So yes, Drew was right. Only time I'll ever say it.
That's all you have to say.
Only time you're going to hear that. It does take a lot of people to make this day successful. You can see a couple of them now moving our backdrop. Cheryl helps a lot. Emery, Dia, Aiden in the back. My daughter Shelby is one of the student workers in the School of Engineering. That helps a lot. Social media that you've been seeing online today, if you've been looking, is coming from her. And even dragged in the unpaid high school student to do the video over there so we can pop up video later. My other daughter, Sydney, and so many others. But it also isn't possible without great partners. And CFSB has been a great partner for as long as we've had Security Matters. So thanks to them as well. We're going to shift into award time. And we always have awards for leaders in our industry, but we also recognize our students. So I want to recognize our scholarship winners. I'm going to list all of them, and I'm going to ask if you hear your name to come on up, because I know some of the students that are listed here are not here because they are incoming freshmen that don't live anywhere near here. First scholarship is the Gene Wells Ray scholarship, and the two recipients for it are Austin Blagg and Jenny Watts. The Dr. James Gant Cyber National Advisory Board Scholarship, Alexander Holm, Liliana Hall, and Cameron Jones. There he is. And then Mike and Cindy Bowman Scholarship for IT, Clayton Cope. The next thing that, I thought you were going to just take a picture of him holding it. One of the things that a few years ago, actually it's been more than a handful of years ago now, we became a Center for Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense Education, a CAECD. And for those students that complete certain courses, it's the Cybersecurity Digital Forensics track, complete all that, certain courses, they get recognized as a completer of that program. And so we'll also give them a digital badge that they can put on their LinkedIn. And what we have listed in the program are the May and the December graduates. The December graduates will get their certificates in December if they finish their last semester. But the May graduates we want to recognize today. So that's Andrew Barnett, Liliana Basil, Michael Calvert, Aiden Green, Connor O'Brien, Eddie, and Eli Skipworth. If you all are here, which I know some of you are, come forward and you can receive your certificate, your CAE certificate. While they're coming forward, I'll share, Randall has been getting a lot of questions following my presentation, and I will answer two things that he has received multiple questions about while they're doing this picture. First, yes, you will receive communication about owning a piece of those desks. He got a lot of questions about people that wanted to do that. And yes, as you would expect, new building, new rooms, new opportunity for sponsorships. If your company's interested in that, certainly I will have more information on that as well. Didn't necessarily want to go into all of those details today, but certainly if you're interested in that, I would be more than happy to have that conversation. Don't go too far, Lily. Might as well start working your way back up. So, the next two things, or next two people I want to recognize, one is here, one is watching online, but it is our outstanding students. Our outstanding students, we choose one each year for our undergraduate program and one for our graduate program. Liliana is our undergraduate program outstanding student as selected by the faculty. She is truly an outstanding student and has been a great asset both for our program and for our School of Engineering, and has helped a lot in a number of different ways. And while we always want to see our students finish and graduate, it also is hard to see them finish and leave. And then our second student is Jeffrey Springer. Jeffrey is an online student in our Masters of Cybersecurity Management. He is online. I don't think he's here today. He is, I think he lives in Hopkinsville. He is former military, going back to military when he finishes, but is a fantastic student as well, and certainly will be an asset to wherever he ends up next. So congratulations to both Jeffrey and Liliana. Now it is time for our other awards that so many people ask me about all the time. So our first award is I got to make sure I'm doing them in the order that I told Randall, is the Dick Anderson Leadership Award. It is an award presented to an individual that has made a significant contribution to cyber by their leadership, technical, and or management skills. And this year, our Leadership Award winner was a speaker at Security Matters last year, and we were talking about it earlier. He just realized who it was. We were talking in the back earlier today, and first of all, he's always been a great partner for our advisory board, for our program, always willing to speak and share when we ask him to. But last fall, we needed help with something, and he really helped us when we needed it. And this year, our Dick Anderson Leadership Award goes to Andrew Childs, who is Vice President of Tradecraft at Spectre Ops. And I will point out that Andrew is a 2009 graduate of our program and doesn't just provide leadership support for our program, but through Spectre Ops and the work that they're doing is providing leadership across the cybersecurity sector in total as well. And I don't know that I've seen her. Okay. So our next award is the Gary Brockway Faculty Staff Excellence Award. And I will tell you, and I'll go ahead and announce it, and she can come forward and I'll share a little bit about her. This year's Gary Brockway Faculty Staff Excellence Award winner is Miss Rhonda Timmons. I don't know where you're at. You have to, oh, there you are. And she serves as our student records specialist at Murray State. And a lot of people may think, why does she deserve this award? And let me say, you all have no idea how much work that she does for our students behind the scenes. Every transfer student that we receive comes in, actually a lot of high school students are now coming in with transfer courses, weird circumstances. Always, everybody has a unique circumstance. And how do we work through that process to make sure that you receive the credit that you deserve? Miss Rhonda is the answer. The transfer process is always a challenge because every school is a little bit different. But Ms. Rhonda certainly makes that process as smooth as it possibly can be. And we often hear other schools ask us, how do we find that same person for them? And we say, you can't have her. So our Distinguished Alumni Award, we always do 2 awards, one for a bachelor's and one for a master's. For the bachelor's, the recipient's not here. And normally I would complain about it because he also serves on our National Advisory Board. This year's winner is Jacob Abbott. Jacob is the Senior Manager, Partner Cloud Ops and Resilience for AWS. I'm like, you're not coming in? And he says, I'm sorry, I will be in London and Thailand this week. And if you're not a geographic expert, or if you're geographically challenged, those are not beside each other. So he is spending a lot of time on planes for just a short amount of time in the areas where he's going. But Jacob has, let's see, I wrote it down. Jacob is a 2005 graduate of our bachelor's program. Frankly, this is a long overdue recognition. He should have received this a long time ago. And he has done a lot for our program, continues to do a lot. You have heard from him at our conferences before. You'll continue to hear from him. He is a great supporter of our program. So congratulations to Jacob, wherever he is, literally around the globe. I think he's in Thailand technically today, but congratulations to him. Our Master's Award winner, again, is someone that is way overdue. This year's winner is Ms. Dana Howard. She is the Vice President of Marketing at CFSB. She has been at CFSB for 9 years. She worked in the center. She worked for Murray State. This event would not look like what it does today if not for her leadership along the way. Yes, she's Vice President of Marketing, but it doesn't matter. She's been a leader for us and a supporter for us in this, particularly for this event, for a long, long time. And another one that the Cyber Cave wouldn't look like it did without her. I mean, I can go through event after event after event that she's the catalyst that got them going so many years ago. So congratulations, well deserved on that. Next up is the John Williams Entrepreneurship Award. And I feel like each one is unique this year because each one does feel a little bit unique. This award goes to someone, to an individual or company that has started a cyber-related company or significantly expanded an operation in Kentucky or the Murray State Service region. And this one is actually in the Murray State Service area and also around the country. We've given this to a lot of people and to a lot of companies. What we've not done is given it to the same related person twice. Well, this year's recipient won it for starting a company, sold it, and has now co-founded another company. And so this year's winner, you heard from today already, this year's winner is Wes Spencer. And for someone that claims to have fallen into the entrepreneurship space, he has started way more businesses than I have, and done them successfully. Actually, Empath, yeah, you gotta take the picture as well. No, we are cleaning out for our renovation, and there was an old picture of him when he was a student, and so now it's his. But Empath actually secured $2 million in a fundraising round last summer, entirely from MSPs and others in that ecosystem. And I mean, Wes is an awesome entrepreneur, whether it was on purpose or not, and it's well deserved. So thank you for what you do. Next up is the Lena Garner Porter Women in Technology Award. So this year's winner is Miss Karen Jackson Furman. She is the CEO of, well, has served as CEO of, and I got to get my name right because this is changing. But WKNT Telecom for the last 16 months, but she has been there for the last several years as COO, CFO, CIO, but also been in the industry for even longer than that. And I say it's changing because last week, I guess it was, WKNT announced that they're changing their name to Cornerstone Connectivity. So I don't know when that takes official effect, but congratulations, it's well deserved. Thank you for what you do for our program and our region. And if you're wondering why they changed their name, the name is WKNT, West Kentucky and Tennessee. Well, they do serve Kentucky and Tennessee. They also serve Alabama, and they also serve Southern Illinois. So it is a much larger organization, in large part due to her leadership than it was. And then our last award is the Dr. Gene Wells Ray Lifetime Achievement Award. It goes to someone who's presented to an individual, I'll get the words out in a minute, who has exhibited a significant and sustained contribution to cyber over a career. And I just want to be clear, this year's winner's not going away, but I want to recognize this year's winner for what he has done for our community, for our university, for our region, for the last 25 years before he does retire, and I don't get the opportunity to recognize him. But this year's winner is Mike Hopkins, CEO of DevSource Technology Solutions, and Mike is a Murray State supporter through and through. If you can't find him during basketball season, it's probably because he's at a ball game. He not only goes to the games, he travels with the teams, he supports the teams, and that's fantastic, but he also supports our program. He advocates for our program, for our region, for our university, and he has been doing that for 25 years. And I expect that you'll continue to do it, but I want to say thank you for what you have done over the years before you retire and you ride off into the sunset, and we missed that opportunity. So thank you for everything. All right, before we do giveaways, which we're doing giveaways are always the last thing. Before we do that, somebody say something, I missed something else? Oh, okay. I want to say again, thank you to our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, DevSource, System Solutions, Cat Finance. Our bronze sponsors, Total Tech Solutions, Spectre Ops, B9, Trace3, BFW Markham, and our vendors, PCT, InfraGard, and Kentucky Apex. I appreciate it in a way that you all may not understand, because today was free. The food is good. I think the program is good, except for that one speaker after the break. And so this is always a great way. It's always great to see you all. You're my friends. And for some of you, unfortunately, we only see as Security Matters each year. So I'm glad that we continue to have this, and I want it to continue to be free. but it requires support and sponsors to do that. So thank you all for what you do. And again, let me say again, thanks to Cheryl, to Dia, to Emery, to Aiden, to Shelby, to Sydney, to CFSB. There are so many people, to Randall. I thanked him earlier. Our program wouldn't be what it is without him. There are so many people that have made this event possible both this year and every year. And thank you all for doing that. So with that, let me do some drawings. Two of them, right? All right. So we have a door prize up here. The numbers are, everybody should be 701. So the last four are 408 and 413. 408 and 413. Are you kidding? Other door prizes. Oh, okay. Hang on, we're gonna do, well, y'all can come on up. While they're coming up, let me draw another one. 403.
Oh, yay.
403. Oh, I got you. Okay.
Okay, we have a pair of Meta glasses, and you do have to be present to win. So if the person is not here, we'll draw again. And Drew's been trying to get them for the last 3 hours. So. I told him if this was his name, I'm bringing. Okay, it is Jaden Armstrong. Jaden Armstrong. Okay, Jaden. Extra basket that we've been giving the speakers, and it's got just a bunch of Kentucky stuff in it, some really good stuff. So we'll give that one away as well. And that is to Ron Miller. Ron Miller. Hey, Ron, if you'll just meet me back there at the table here in just a second, I'll get that to you. Thank you. Thank y'all.
All right, before we wrap, anybody else have anything? All right, well, I will share one piece of news that in 1 year minus a day, so it's not on my birthday next year, it's the day before, April 22nd, we'll meet back here for Security Matters 2027. So with that, thank you all very much for being here. The turnout was fantastic. Thank you for your cooperation, and we'll see you back here next year.